Good morning, Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Everybody's still asleep. No noise. Where's the Mickey? Where's the Mickey? Hey.
Good morning, Honorable Sean Clark. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Vice Chair Johnson. This is Rodney. I can hear you on our end. The internet went off here, so it took a while for us to get back on.
Good morning, Vice Chair. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Tahi. How many members do we have on the call? We can go ahead and start the meeting if you're already there.
Madam Chair, we have yourself, we have Delegate Casey Allen Johnson, and we have Shauna Anclaw on the call. And as well as Chairman Nez.
Mr. Tahi, I'd like to go ahead and start or call the work session to order at 9:01. So, Mr. Tahi, if you can, please take roll call.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee. Work session with Navajo Division of Transportation and U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs for Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Brenda Jesus on the call, present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Anclaw.
Shauna Anclaw, present.
Honorable Shauna Anclaw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is on the call.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Aldo. Madam Chair, you have 4 members available, but you don't need a quorum for this work session. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Tahi. So next, I'd like to go ahead and allow a volunteer for invocation for the work session here today. Shanat Ani no Sinigi with Resources and Development Committee. Does anyone volunteer to do invocation here this morning?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and do the prayer. Delegate Rick Nez.
Honorable Nez, you do have the floor, Shanat Ani.
Thank you. Nakhachidan Kesko, Nehemaron Hijab Aro Tahasitli, Hunzat and Hiot Cartentla. Ahuichin Hans Sagoshi, in Napet and the Ilting, Nina Nestahanodo Haishin, Ohonet Lenigi, the Conhonan Bande Kago, Hat Ato E. And at the Hans Sagoshin Harchendon Hitch on Nebel, at the date Netochan made lonas. I can't lido and hit an best Hans Sagoshin that I can eat Kintle. Nakara has to need Ellen Hidigan Laney, Nakahajo Passion, do you need Ella. And the Catota a dance today, case like Yodanit, Edanit, and go Yohadate Zita. Ega had a date, Edanit, Edo, I hit a glass bay, Kodo, a chance, sad at the heat, needless shadow, ya at what else she been here houses and Haitian hit jade on him to case be Holoniki. But Kajan Kahit, a hail take it out the netching need law, but they need another. And that the Hashing hot on hands to that case out as though hot end the butcher deals and door, and here that's the deals and Harlot. Do you need either door than that you can't spell and it is sick of it is also. Even now, the snitch ashes the dances casey around the Tatan Oshkato sits on a hundred by it as on land. What's not been hissing a short and hitting and Laney Benach and 8 or Lehiat Eho. Koro in not day nil Tato in Nape. I thought I see Theo the Hine Naro Leshala. ho ni hitan na bein na don ho katan na bein na gishin to khit ashin apian sida kesen de khan chota bakan chon in lenike ya par da le ni hein te koro in idil spinchen in na don te beten lenike koro nza bigeto sa na jai ben khan Jesus Christ hot ashahan in hitanon and hint in hidigan lane de near art switching na ne art switching a hosan a con yet is big good to this in conjon go postal dose and hand that the yaston hand that the chase around the ten hand the haskin set and the ten that the nesto con that il cheskota she kodo chin sahakesend aro conan chill fahajon jan go hanada hene sado chill na closure at ahadan like shin conada church do al switching on nine hosen hidigan lane chidi dan jon go da hat khashe she ta no he corona da hanni o ilnese aro shehendi nido lesda son ben hikachit lehki ba shehelne yat ehon hinan ishtahalnone chon eron khashne and the done hitching it on here at the stigo compare on it down that keko. She had the art on a year trash and legend. Aro she had in a bin he could just split a hundred and he was crash. Aro the net and heart to the case of Nebenant I don't need no compandale and yet a hoshin pashed at a hotel net a con yet a hotel $10. Yet eho content net hobet haras nero chen especially had a head old ependige aro as one hidden and hobet one ashore mehnant naj that the President Migrant Vice President Montoya aro Chief Justice Joanne Jane aro his speaker though koro Crystal and Curly best mahas ana one habajin but dot hotnas nildan Aro con division directors and Lenny the art and sick case over JB Hundle. Then the machine hit a nesto aran go con yat on hata nation later but one yo the boat nini the hulno koro atashi tioshin at the hit or less. On Sagoshe Coron hit one loro con sahni clinician isinils on and hit and $10. Once to go into a job body, need only get the nation Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ishaha Ado, Shania Honorable Rick Ness, Pado Citizen Jungle, Ninette Besagi Akodo, Nick A do Kude, non the special dance inigi cannot ani dance inigi ku, Ado Ankinat Loshi Jet do Kuche that A ku. Hapa to things and Ishaha and Chicago. Ado Kuna Aya, I'd like to go ahead and allow colleagues to introduce themselves again for possibly some guests that are present this morning that weren't in attendance yesterday at yesterday's work session. So Kodo Senate and Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, honoring the Honorable Claw and then Honorable Ness. So Honorable Vice Chair. Honorable Shauna Claw, introduction to Deja.
Good morning, Shada Ada Coalition Non Linigi, Honorable Rick Nez, Citizen Aid, the Don Johnny yet by Hins and the Hehetla Ada Nahanal Neshigi do the Legislative Council that Ehigi a DJ a Benedli do Les Hala a Banan Nation Chicago, the Ile Oko a by Hinson. Honor to my honorable colleagues, and then also to Madam Chair and Vice Chair, good morning. My name is Shauna Ann Claw. I am the council delegate for Chinle chapter. Ado adon na inshinigi e yahawantan and the Shlino Twittich e bushes chin, Twitchini dashachedo kia ani dashanala quit amado assunsha. And I just want to wish everyone a good morning. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Claw. Going back to Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, introduction. Okay, with that, I'd like to take it to Honorable Rick Nez, Shinatani.
Gata pena anatso. They recognize him here. Wasanin snow zay twitching, but she's chain, son of a that should trade okay on it as another. What are it and then Snedo has Tongo chapters Banash, Nishige, Hogback, San Juan, and Nizad, Upper Fulham, Burnham, and Newcomb. Back to you, Chair.
Yeah, also Honorable Nez. And Honorable Danny Simpson will not be joining our work session here today. Please remember one of his loved ones being called home last evening. So she's our own Linigi Penasnito Kunkinat on the Honorable Simpson and his family. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, are you on the call now for introductions? Okay, with that, Kodosheo Tilingaja Dahate Shahat Nana Doyat Ehibene Chick Asian Na Ada Dahanosonigi in the Navajo Department of Transportation Conference Room, the legislative services staff and legal counsel, and also to my honorable colleagues on Resources and Development Committee, and also my colleagues from the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Brenda Jesus and Shie Dotet Najini Ain Shlong. St. Michael's, Oak Springs, and Pine Springs chapter, Aja Ehotan, and Linigi, Shanandishan, Linigi, Ado Shahat, Nankit, Edo, Deep Binibiyaja. And next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to the legislative services staff, Mr. Tahi and Mr. Mose for introduction.
Good morning, Madam Chair, those online, those present. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resources and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Santa Kenna. I'm originally from Suva, Arizona.
Mr. Tahi. Mr. Mose?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody in the room and online. Shay, let it Moses, Chair. Originally from Crystal, New Mexico. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Although, I don't know if we have Ms. Khan there, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, Ms. Khan is not present, nor is she online this morning. April Quinn, are you on the call? Madam Chair, Office of Legislative Counsel is not present.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and quickly have Navajo Department of Transportation again to just say a quick good morning, Mr. Silversmith, and if Mr. Mahoja is in attendance, or Ms. Cheryl Curley. So, Mr. Silversmith.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, honorable delegates of the Resources and Development Committee. Thank you very much for returning for the second day, the final day of our work session with Resources and Development Committee and BIA and Navajo Division of Transportation. I'm Garrett Silversmith, Division Director for Navajo DOT. Good
morning, everyone. My name is Norma Bowman. I'm the Deputy Division Director. I'm Tsimsakadni, born for Toheglini. Kianis are my Chays, and Bitetnis are my Nala.
BIA.
Madam Chair, good morning. This is sorry, go ahead, Cheryl.
I was just going to defer to you, RD Mahoja.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the RDC. This is Greg Mahoja, Regional Director, BIA Navajo Region. I look forward to a productive meeting again today, and I'm glad to see that there are some returning members, and I look forward to answering any questions, and my team is there to present along with Mr. Silversmith. So good morning.
Ms. Curley.
Madam Chair, Jesus, RDC members, Dice on that nice Otani in the conference room, Mr. Silversmith, your team.
Shay Cheryl Curly Uchedo, Tanajani Shon Kiani Bashichin, Tortichin A Dashiche, Other Dashichin A Dashinolis. I work for BIA Navajo Region as a Tribal Operations Specialist.
Ms. Curley. And I also just want to greet all the BIA team members that are present there in the conference room, as well as the team from Navajo Department of Transportation. I know you've got Mr. Bradley, Mr. Peterman, Mr. Begay, again, and also with BIA. I noticed that Fort Defiance region staff were there yesterday with Mr. Clarence Sosi and his team there from Fort Defiance region. Thank you so much for being present yesterday. One of the things that I'd like to go ahead and do now is just, with the recap from yesterday. It was a great dialogue, and I do apologize that I was via phone yesterday afternoon. And again, I'd really like to thank Navajo Department of Transportation and also BIA for allowing time to present to Resources and Development Committee and having us be educated in terms of some of the challenges that is currently impacting road improvements or even road development on Navajo Nation. And again, yesterday with the tribal priority allocation, with the tip information that was shared by both BIA and NDOT, along with the Federal Highway Administration funds and also the program agreement, and what are the duties and responsibilities that lie on behalf of Navajo Nation, and also going to some of the challenges that were noted yesterday in regards to the environmental clearances with EPA with the 401 and 404 permits. Again, I do appreciate that information, and that would probably be an area that we would have to venture together to sit down with Navajo Nation EPA office in hopes that in some way we can streamline this process. But working with the 401 and 404 permits to date, I know that's something that is imperative, that is needed for any type of disturbances, especially if it has a certain, I guess you call it flow of water, either, although it is a dry stream or if there's a continuous stream that's running. I know that's a big issue that EPA is very centric on, and having to get those permits completed before any type of disturbing happens. Auto you went further in depth into the manual and handbook in regards to some of the information that was shared yesterday by NDOT or by BIA, and then BIA's residual maintenance plan. Thank you for sharing that with us. We know now that with the share of information from yesterday that there is a really need for additional funding, whether it's from the federal or the county or the state level, in hopes that we bridge more collaboration. And now I guess one of the areas that we could look at is try to go down to the state of Arizona through legislative sessions early part of every year to advocate on behalf of Navajo Nation. But one of the most important things is the analytics that would go with the funding that we're requesting for road projects within the state of Arizona. And I know that New Mexico, the state of New Mexico legislators are always willing to appropriate monies to the Navajo Nation for any type of road improvement, whether if it's a chip seal or a chip seal overlay from an existing chip seal or even a highway. I know that they've been very, I guess you'd say allowable to assist the Navajo Nation, and then also, the state of Utah as well. So again, if you need the legislative bodies assistance and policy changes wherever you feel like, these policy changes need to be made, along with advocacy, whether if it's at the state or the national level, we are here for that very purpose. So again, I do appreciate both entities, and then you come to the road maintenance and construction challenges. And again, thank you for sharing that yesterday, Navajo Department of Transportation. I know that there is a big need. There's thousands and thousands of miles of linear distance of roads that still need to be improved. as we have a lot of our constituents that are living in the rural communities of Navajo Nation. I know that oftentimes there's always that priority of 5 or more families living on the route in order for NDOT to maintain it. And as long as there is no dispute on this particular route, that chapter communities want to get serviced. So again, it just takes a lot of collaboration, and not only that, but a lot of our constituents also need to be educated on where the priorities lie for NDOT and how these analyses are made by BIA and also NDOT for them to really understand, and not to mention the supply chain with the cost of materials now, and with the current economic conditions. Really, there's nothing we can do about that, but we always have to put that contingency of cost just in case there might be this fluctuation with the market regarding the materials that is needed for project construction or project improvement to these existing roads. I just want you to understand that you probably just felt yesterday as if, Resources and Development Committee is not noting or learning of the issues. And I think that we understand, and that we went and retrieved a lot of information from yesterday's session. And again, I look forward to today's session. So with that, we are at day 2, item 4 on the agenda, with continued presentations and updates again this morning, and both collectively from BIA and NDOT. So the next item on the agenda that I see is the county agreements. So Navajo Department of Transportation, you do have the floor for your presentation on county agreements. So Mr. Silversmith.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate Chair Jesus, for your comprehensive coverage of what had occurred yesterday. We went through six sections yesterday, and we had quite a bit of dialogue and questions and feedback from our various partners here. So we'll continue on with the second day on the agenda. If you all follow along with the agenda, we're going to end this portion of our discussion on the second day. As Honorable Chair Jesus had mentioned on county agreements, this presentation for the next hour and 5 minutes will be on our county agreements. Quickly, I just want to share with everybody who's online, as far as who's here from Navajo Division of Transportation. We have Mr. Brian James, Ms. Leanne Roy, Mr. Joe Peterman, Mr. Jonah Begay, Mr. Darrell Bradley, and Mr. Daniel Begay. We also have, as a continuation from a visitation from Mr. Manuel Sanchez, Federal Highway Administration. We appreciate him being here. And also Mr. Mahayo Manis is here as well. With the Office of the Speaker. Okay, so Mr. Manis is with the Legislative Branch Office of the Speaker. So welcome, Mr. Manis. And then we have continuing on the participation from various members from Bureau of Indian Affairs, Mr. Alfred Reed, Mr. Calvin Murphy, and we have Mr. Daniel Largo, and Mr. Norton Emerson, and Mr. Henry Begay, and you heard Cheryl. Okay. So, Mr. Sosi, and then Mr. Sarawak as well, too. Okay. So continue on, going back to the county agreements. We have agreements established with 6 entities so far, and some are progression, some are being advanced. We like to have some sort of discussion, and not discussion, but an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, or Memorandum of Agreement, or an IGA, Intergovernmental Agreement. We'd like to go, that's our target, to have something established with each of our county partners, because in turn, we know the more teamwork that we have from that perspective, the more work that we can do together as a team. So we're going to go through each of one of these with McKinley County, Sandoval County, San Juan County, Apache County, and Navajo County, and then finally Coconino County. But just overall coverage, I want to add some information about these 6 entities that we have agreements established with so far. And these various agreements that we have with each of these entities, with each of our county partners, we have The agreements, they usually encompass one of many things. One of them might be, our county agreements with them might be established as far as they provide the road blading services for particular routes within their county, of course, within the Navajo Nation. It also might provide snow removal services as well within their respective inventory assets that fall within the Navajo Nation. And then also at various times they provide technical assistance as well to us. And keep in mind though, these services that they provide for the Navajo Nation on their inventory routes, sometimes they go beyond that and provide those services on BIE routes or tribal routes. So with that return service from them, we also at times we provide those services to them based on our schedule and availability of resources and manpower. We also have the certain, in this presentation this morning, you can hear a couple of individuals from our staff, Mr. Peterman and Mr. Begay, providing their input onto these county agreements. So you'll hear various details from those two gentlemen. And then also I want to mention here that I mentioned the IGAs and MOUs that we have sometimes, at various times we have established with our county partners, and those entail specific projects that we have set up. For instance, Sandoval County, we have IGA with Sandoval County established, and so they're doing the work for us on Route 474 as far as asphalt repair services. And so that work is ongoing right now, or it's coming up real soon. And so that's some of the type of agreements that we have. And then also we have some with Apache County and Navajo County as well, too. Various different approaches that we're doing to address some of our road improvement projects. But these county agreements, these IGAs or MOUs that we have established, how it works is we provide our funds. Our funds might be from the general funds or fuel excise tax funds or capital outlay funds. And we in turn set it up where it's established where we give that money that provides the funding, base funding for these projects that we have. And we work well with each of these supervisors, or they might be titled as managers. But that's just a small breakdown of our discussion. Next slide, please, of where we are with our county agreements. So right now, I'll give it over to Mr. Daniel Begay. He'll begin our first discussion with McKinley County and Navajo DOT. And Mr. Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. Good morning once again. Again, I'm Daniel Begay. I'm the Principal Contract Analyst for the Division of Transportation. And as Mr. Silversmith stated, with each of these counties, we have a pair of agreements in place. The first one is the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, and that is put in place that formalizes the relationship between NDOT and the county, and establishes our work together, working relationship. Encourages consultation and cooperation, as well as building trust. And then thereafter, we get into an intergovernmental agreement, an IGA. And that agreement is more project specific. When we get around to identifying and establishing projects, and what we will do is we'll get into a master IGA with each county, and a lot of times there's a project associated with that. So that IGA, like I said, is more project specific. It establishes specific roles and responsibilities, timelines, procurement guidelines, and so forth. Specifically with McKinley County, we currently have an MOU in place that this MOU is for 5 years and it expires in 2026. And with the IGA, we have a 10-year IGA in place, and that IGA will expire in May of 2031. So McKinley County, this is the third IGA that we have with them. The prior IGAs, we contributed $10.8 million to the county for various projects. Those funds, they originated, as Mr. Silversmith said, they came from loan funds, New Mexico DOT allocations. We even had citizen funds that we've contributed over to the county. So, and just a brief listing of projects that we've completed over the years. So some of those projects include Mariano Lake. We did an access road parking lot project. And again, Red Willow Road in Mariano Lake, N37 in Coyote Canyon. We did a Dakota Loop Road in the Yamato, and then a parking lot in Tohatchee. That was the first IGA, and then further we did N52 in Hibiscus, Red Springs, Pine Tree Wash, Manuelito Canyon, Twin Lakes Johnson Road, County Road 19, which was a big project, $5.8 million, and then Deer Springs Road. So those all total up to $10.78 million. The projects that you see on the board, Pine Haven, we're still in the process of getting those in place, formalized. County Road 1A and County Road 10. So like I said, the current IGA is brand new, so we're just still in the beginning stages. And Mr. Peterman, I don't know, can you speak to the blading?
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Joe Peterman with the Roads Department here at Navajo DOT. You know, we have a great relationship with all our counties. McKinney County, too, they're really a great part of our team here. They have 168 miles of roads on the res. They have right-of-way. So they kind of own some roads on the reservation. So like County Road 10, County Road 1A, County Road 19, those are all county roads, even though they're on the reservation. Also, they have quite a few routes, but altogether they have 168 miles of earth roads. They blade those 4 times a year. You know, get away from this a little bit. You know, we here at Navajo DOT Roads Department and the counties. Yesterday, Mr. Albert Reed talked about the IAM 82 Indian Affairs Manual 82. When we work with counties, when we do blading, we also follow that manual. So McKinley County, they do it 4 times a year, which is in the IAM 82. A lot of the work that we do, you've seen, there was a mention about residential routes. The county, they don't do residential routes either in following the IAM 82. Like County Road 19 was a chip seal project that we partnered with the county with. It's almost 20 miles long. You know, there's all kind of different funding. There was CHUSN funding, there was some New Mexico State funding, some fuel excise tax funding, and then the county also contributed. We were able to work on County Road 19 and turned out to be a double chip seal. It's a real nice drive if you ever go to Pruitt. Turn north right there and follow it, goes around by Casamara Lake, and then it goes north all the way to State Road over there by the mine. It's a real nice drive, beautiful scenery and all that. That was a really great success with the county. Manuelito Bridge is over there south of Gallup. That was one of them Bailey bridges like what Mr. Bradley was talking about yesterday. We partnered with the county there. They took that old bridge out. They were putting in a multi-plate pipe about the size of this room here, put concrete down to protect it in place. guardrail, chip seal that road, that project came out very nice too. Really like working with the Mexican government, with McKinley County. They're really good partners in this thing. You know, they also have, like as was mentioned yesterday by Mr. Reed or Mr. Bradley, they had to get their archaeological, their biological clearances and all that stuff. All that falls in play with all the counties, everybody we deal with, 401, 404 permits, all that. You know, even in these smaller projects, all that comes into play. Navajo EPA and Historic Preservation Department, all that's got to be cleared and ready to go with these projects. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Next slide.
Question, comment?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. This is Superintendent Lester So, CBI Eastern Mountain Agency. I wanted to comment on this situation out in McKinley County. I do appreciate really very much this information coming from NDOT and how that collaboration is occurring. But I think that's based on a specific agreement that you all have with the county. It has been our experience from the agency some challenges with McKinley County. So roll back about 6 years ago, the chapters in Eastern Agency were asking for support from McKinley County for road maintenance. And it was really kind of difficult for the chapters trying to seek assistance for the roads that are, of course, within Eastern, in the McKinley County side. So we started working with the chapters from Church Rock, Chichika, Mariano Lake, and all those chapters within that area. And McKinley County was really pushing back on saying that when we told them that we need to have a right-of-way on these roads for road maintenance work. And they really pushed back on us. And they didn't want to basically work on anything except that they would say that the chapters need to do it. And we would say, well, in the past, we know that McKinley County had a right-of-way agent that used to get these rights-of-ways in place. And what changed? And they wouldn't really clarify what happened, but eventually we learned that that position was no longer there. And so they started pushing everything, all the work onto the chapters. So to this day, we still have that ongoing situation. And what they've done, though, is that they, in a sense, forced the chapters into another agreement, the IGA. And so I believe that went through the nominations DOJ for review. And last I know of, DOJ raised some issues around it. So then I think it went back and forth. In the meantime, for example, Peru was trying to get the roads work done during the monsoon season and winter season last year. McKinley County basically said, no, we're not going to go out there until there's a right-of-way in place. So this is actually the environment out there of all the chapters in that, at least McKinley County. They're not user-friendly, I don't think. That's my impression. And we've been having meetings with them. I do have to say, I give kudos to some of the McKinley County folks, because my staff did go out there and really to train them on what entails a right-of-way requirements and all that type of stuff. But still, they will not blaze any road to do any work, even though these are county citizens. They don't want to do it. They want either NDOT, I think, or the chapters to do it. And we've been advised from the Nation DOJ that chapters can't be a right-of-way applicant. So it gets really tricky. And this is, I think, that some of those conditions that delegates were talking about yesterday. Honorable Delegate Simpson was saying there was some mixed information here. So I think we need to be clear when we're explaining these conditions out in the field, on the chapter level, so that the delegates are very much aware of what's going on out there. And we need their help. We need them to step in and sit down with McKinley County commissioners to have those agreements reviewed. If you guys already have an agreement, maybe that could be modified to allow for other types of supplemental services added to it from the chapters while the right-of-way is being picked up or being formalized. So I just want us all to be aware of that's how it is on the conditions on the ground out there. Thank you.
Good morning. I have a response or comment on Joe Peterman. Okay. Thank you for your brief presentation on that. And I was listening to what you were talking about the right-of-way being owned by the county. I disagree with that. It's on Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation owns the land, everything underneath that road. So I believe it should be limited, right-of-way on that. And, because we had on the Western Agency, we had Arizona Department of Transportation trying to do the same thing, saying that they owned, the Highway 89 right-of-way. And me, my father, my aunt, we all went down to Phoenix, had a meeting with the overhead of ADOT, their lawyers, the Senator Albert Tom at the time, and we had a conference room like this, and they did their whole presentation, this and that, we own it, this and that. And Senator Albert Tom says, looks to us, says, do you have your grazing permit? So we gave them our grazing permit. Then he looked at ADOT, he says, where's your grazing permit? So we don't have one. So you don't own the right-of-way, is what they told the lawyers and ADOT, and that was the end of the meeting, we left. So the purpose of that was because all those entrepreneurs along Highway 89, they were trying to forcefully move them out of the way and, to expand the road. So that was so we were there on behalf of those roadside vendors. So that's something that I'll always remember on right-of-way, on the highway, on the state highway. They don't own it. So, and you talked about the county relationship is good. I want to know what the relationship with other tribes, other nations that have jurisdiction and everything crossing over to their from Navajo to, I know, Tohojale and that side. I know they have they're having an issue with a road over there. And Honorable Norman Nez always brings it up. And I don't think that relationship is good on any side. And I just got done meeting with the Secretary of Interior, Deb Holland, on Saturday in Grand Canyon, and I got to meet with the chairman of the Hopi tribe. And he wanted to talk about the road conditions between our reservation and their reservation and Hard Rock. He says he's looking forward to working and collaborating with us on improving those roads. And I heard this discussion yesterday about Hard Rock. So, I'm not sure if there was any kind of meetings or discussions with the Hopi Nation regarding that, the roads on that side. So I just wanted to share that with you. I'll give the mic back over to whoever wants to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Vice Chair Johnson, for your information, your feedback to the county topic of discussion here. So as far as the county, this is the first one that we're going to talk about, McKinney County. Is there any additional detail you want to provide, Mr. Figueroa or Mr. Peterman? Okay. So, but just one final thought on McKinney County. Our relationship stands pretty good with Mr. Venus and the county there. last year, we had a series of meetings every month over the summer of 2022. And we discontinued that in November, October of last year due to various reasons. I just recently spoke to Mr. Demas about a month ago, and he wants us to reestablish those meetings that we had last summer. So we're gonna reignite those discussions with him and the team. But going back as far as the blading aspect of it, I know at times when we asked him, I don't know what of course we heard the explanation from Superintendent Sosi on the situation there, but for McKinney County and Navajo DOT, they've been responsive to our needs as far as when it comes to blading activities on routes that are non-McKinney County. Yes, there is the issue about the right-of-way status and so forth, but in those particular instances, due to the condition due to the request, some of those are put to the side so we can address that situation as far as the emergency response in McKinney County. Okay, so Ms. Bowman, next slide. We're going into Coconino County now. So our experiences with Coconino County is fairly well as well. Supervisor Fowler and others there over at McKinney County. And we meet periodically with Supervisor Fowler, and we spoke with her 2-3 weeks ago in regards to a meeting that we had set up, and that's going very well, our relationship with Coconino County. And I believe, and I'm fairly certain that as far as funds that come to the Navajo Nation under our Tribal Transportation Program, about a little over 100,000, might be a little bit more, right? Some of that money goes to the BIA for road maintenance responsibilities, and then that in turn goes to Western Agency for an agreement that BIA has established with the county. So that's a unique and very positive relationship that we have, and a tri-party agreement from Federal Highway Administration, Navajo DOT, and BIA. And McKinney County, or Coconino County, and Mr. McGay and Western Agency BIA, they coordinate on the activities there of how those uses of funds that are provided by us through BIA and then back to them where they want to blade on those particular routes in the county of Coconino County. But more additional background information will be provided by Mr. McGay and then on to Mr. Peterman again.
Okay, thank you. So we have the same type of agreement relationship with Coconino County in that we have an MOU, both an MOU and a master IGA. The MOU right now is good through 2027. The IGA just recently expired, so we're actually getting into a brand new one. The unique thing with Coconino County is that with their projects, they provide funding to NDOT. So, and this is based off of their Proposition 403 sales tax. And to date, well, under the agreement that recently expired, we received $910,000 for those projects, N16 Shanto / Inscription House, and N21 Kaibato. So, speaking with Mr. Peterman and his staff, we are in the works of getting a brand new IGA established with Coconino County for ongoing projects. So, Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, with the Proposition 408 up there, it shows as Public Law 238 funding. That was voted on by the members of Coconino County. In the past, it was an increase in sales tax is what it was.
Excuse me.
403, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tahi? I just wanted to say, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, I'm here at the water rights adjudication hearing down in Phoenix, and I'm here with Mark Arthur from Navajo Nation Department of Justice. So they're going to be starting the hearing again here at 9. So Honorable Johnson, could you please help me facilitate this meeting, and I will get back on the call once the hearing is done. I believe it's going to go up to noon today for MacArthur Stant. So I will be jumping off the call. And again, I do appreciate BIA and INDOT for your dialogue. And I do have questions in regards to this county agreement, as we had problems with McKinley County when I used to be a coordinator in Rock Springs. But that would be something that we can talk about further, Mr. Silversmith. So with that, Vice Chair Johnson, I'd like to go ahead and give you the gavel to facilitate the rest of the session today.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I got this. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. So with the Proposition 408, is a tax increase, using that funds, the county, they laid 260 miles of DIA and tribal roads every year there in Coconino County. They blazed the southern part, and we blazed the north end. So they do it 4 times per year again, using the IAM 82. Out of that, they also put aside funding to match NDOT, like Mr. Daniel mentioned. So at N16 Shanto, we did a double chip seal there. We had 200,000 of fuel excise tax. The county matched 200,000. We're able to do 1.5 miles of double chip seal there. And 21 Kaibito was a grade drain gravel project where Navajo DOT had 400,000 and the county matched us with 800,000. We're able to do 4 miles of gravel, grade drain gravel there, matching with the county match. So Coconino County is pretty good. They talk to us a lot about where's the next project. We have some more funding coming in this year. We want to put it down on the road. So we do have a good relationship with Coconino County.
Thank you, Mr. Peterman and Mr. Begay. Moving on to the next slide, there's no questions to our next partnership that we have with Apache County and Navajo DOT. To my understanding, we have 3 districts that encompass parts of the Navajo Nation. District 1 is with Supervisor Dr. Joe Shirley. And then the second District 2, we have Supervisor Alton Joe Shepherd for both Apache County and District 1 and 2. That's who we primarily do our work with, and the relationship there as well is very good. I'll give you a couple of examples where Apache County is responding and assisting the Navajo Nation in various efforts in various ways. Just recently at the Chinle flooding event that we had about a month ago, and that lasted 2 weeks, and Apache County stepped in and provided assistance with the recovery and restoration of the roads and so forth, of some berms there. They were there consistently every day for about 2 weeks, a week and a half, and they provided that service, assisting us with the floodwaters that was coming from the Chuska Mountains and then coming out and Chinle Wash there. So they were there, as well as many other entities were there assisting us. NHA, Navajo Technical University, Division of Natural Resources, Division of Community Development, and there's others, NECA, Navajo Engineering Construction Authority. So Apache County was very responsive. They were there assisting us. Sheriff Brian Hunshell and his team were there as well, Boa Hunshell. And then another example that I can share with you is during our recent snowstorm in Sawmill and Lukachuke, Crystal, Navajo, they were very responsive too. Apache County was there with their snow caps, their snowmobiles, and they were going to, as best as they could, they would go to individual homes and deliver needed supplies, materials, food, and so forth. So That was Apache County and Sawmill. They're great partners with the Navajo Nation. Again, it was Sheriff Brian Hunshell and his team that were there with us. And so that went really well. So those are just some of the examples that we have established with them. And again, I'll turn it over to Mr. Daniel McGay to provide some additional background information. Vice Chair.
Chair, Mr. Silversmith, I got to go out to the flood emergency, and I was really impressed with the response, with all the collaboration of the different organizations, entities that were there, and just the management and the flood, trying to just help the community. And it was Mr. Silversmith took me on a tour of the impacted areas, and it was a pretty bad situation, but everybody was working together collectively and restoring a lot of the the homes, the roads, and I mean not the homes, but the access to the homes and stuff like that. So just want to thank you, thank everybody that was a part of that. If anybody's on the call from Apache County, NECA, NHA, whoever was involved, thank you. Just want to really appreciate helping the community of Chile. Yeah. Thank you.
So with Apache County, Arizona, we have an MOU again in place that is a 10-year agreement through December 2032. And then the same with an IGA, a 10-year IGA that is good through December of 2032 as well. So since 2018, in 2 agreements, we've contributed $3.29 million in project funding to the county. Project funds primarily from our road funds, and it also includes some general and some CHSN funds. So the sample of the projects that Navajo DOT contribute to are the ones up on the board, as well as in our prior agreement, we've contributed to N203 in Kentucky, N124 in Oak Springs, 9056 in Jedito, and some other road fund partnership projects. So same thing with the county, Mr. Peterman on the blading.
Thank you. So yeah, with the Apache County, they also have right-of-way on 206 miles of tribal and BIA, mostly tribal routes, and they do their 266 miles 4 times a year. This is using their funds too, but they're using county funds to blade on the reservation road. So you look at this so far, we have 168 in McKinley, 268 in Cocoa, now another 206. This is 800, 900 miles of roads that counties are blading, taking care of it with their own funding. So that's a really, to me, that's great. These county agreements need to continue on. Through the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, we received fuel excise tax funds. So we work with the county, we've got it through legal, got it through the 164 review and all that with these projects that are listed here. Hawk Cemetery Road, N36, Kentucky Round Rock, and County Road 52. There's also a couple more that we're working on. That's about $1.2 million that we're moving to the county again this year. It's already happened, they've already got the funds there. Apache County, they have a gravel pit, a limestone pit down by St. Joseph, Arizona. They own that pit. That's a real bargain for us because they crush the material and they haul it and they deliver it and they place it over here for us. We really like working with counties. You put something out to bid, what does the contractor have? Markup, profit, admin costs, all these other costs that raise the price of the contract. But when you're working with counties, just straight across money, they don't have no profit, or, you know, they're not taking shortcuts or anything like that. So we really like working with Apache County also. It's a really great relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Peterman and Mr. McGay. Moving on to Sandoval County, Navajo DOT partnership with them. Sandoval County, we work with Mr. Mark Katzenbuehler, and his office is located in two offices, one in Cuba, New Mexico, and the other one in Bernalillo, New Mexico. So our relationship with them is positively growing, progressing, and we have a meeting that this Friday. It's probably going to include Sandoval County, and it's regarding some matters in Torreon, New Mexico, which falls right in Sandoval County. So we'll be meeting with him. I didn't tell you, Joe, but hopefully you can join me in that meeting Friday. But that's going on in Torreon Friday. Our meeting with Sandoval County, Torreon chapter, and this particular road issue that's happening there that's occurring. So we're going to be responding to that meeting and be participants in that meeting. But, you know, some of the relationship aspect of it from Mr. Hatzenbuehler and the team, he provides, we have an agreement with them. We recently sent them, Sandoval County, $200,000 last year. So $200,000 we sent to them. The funds derived were from fuel excise tax road fund. And that was approved by RDC last year in the summer of 2022, I believe. And so that $200,000 was forwarded on to Sandoval County. And the county used those funds for blading on dirt roads and provided snow removal services for all the chapters within Sandoval County, which included Torreon, Ojo Encino, Counselor, and who else am I missing? It might have been Naizi? No. But anyway, those are some of the chapters that the county provided the snow removal services and dirt road blading with the $200,000 that was provided. Now that was a one-time allocation that we had given to them. So some of the counties we do have a relationship established with them, providing funds from either general funds or fuel excise tax funds that we give to them on a one-time basis. We love to give it to them on a recurring basis, on an annual basis, but it all depends on the amount of money that we receive from our various sources of funds. But Joe will talk about some of the projects that we have upcoming for Sandoval County. The 474 is if it's not happening right now, it's going to be approaching very soon. And so I'll give it to Mr. Daniel Begega, who will provide a little background on the IGA MOU.
The MOU, once again, the MOU, we have a 5-year agreement in place, expiring in April of 2024. Same thing with the master IGA expiring at the same time. So, as Mr. Silversmith stated, and 474 is the current project under our IGA. We've contributed for $499,000 to the county for that project, and the other $200,000 went towards the maintenance and snow removal emergencies that are listed on the board. So, since 2019, we've contributed approximately $700,000 to Sandoval County. So, Ms. Fiedler?
You know, Sandoval County is pretty big, right? Their headquarters is in Bernalillo, encompasses Rio Rancho, and a lot of big cities. And then it stretches out to Torreon and Ojo and Counselor. Sandoval County used to come out and blade roads with their funds in their county. But guess what? They don't have right of way. Started talking about liability. Can't be blading on roads that we don't own, that we don't have right of way on. So they backed out. They don't blade any roads on the res anymore. But through the MOU, IGA MOU, we're able to provide them with funding to go ahead and do the maintenance. They're agreeable to that, and went through their legal and our legal, and it all became clear, so we provided them $200,000 of fuel excise tax. $160,000 was for routine blading, and then the $40,000 was set aside for emergency. And they were really great last year during the monsoon. We were caught this way on this side of the red, but Sandoval County, they went up and beyond. I know they went beyond 200,000 participating in the monsoon reaction. And so they're still part of our team, even though they had to back out because of the non-right-of-way issue. And 474 goes from State Road to Ojo, in Chino. And it's an old road, nobody owns it. It doesn't have right-of-way. I think it used to belong to Bureau of Land Management. But now it's a nobody road. Now NDOT doesn't own it, county doesn't own it, I don't think BIA has ownership on it. It's starting to fall apart, so we did provide them fuel excise tax funds. We through the MOU gave them out of Santa Fe. They're gonna come up, pothole patch, do blade hole patching, do what they can to get 400,000, 500,000, ain't a lot of money, but they're gonna do what they can to get those potholes and smooth that road out. Sandoval County, they're also working on gravel pits. They got a gravel pit in Cuba, it's off red, private land, but they did get access to a gravel pit, and it's open use. BIA, NDOT, county, whoever needs to use that gravel, you gotta bring your own crusher and all, crush your own material. But they do have a gravel pit that's open, you know. That saves a lot of money. It costs $40 a ton to move gravel around on the res because of the remote access. But using the Sandoval County gravel pit is gonna be a lot cheaper and money saving. We've been having a lot of meetings with the county, with the schools out there. There's a lot of schools out there. You know, when you talk about bus routes, you know, the kids grow up, graduate, and that's not a bus route no more. No school kids live on that road. Over here, other kids are growing up, they're starting elementary school over here, so the bus route changes to that school. We've been having a lot of meetings with the county and the schools out there. Quite a few schools out there, you'd be surprised, there's 4 or 5 schools in Torreon, Ojo, and the Counselor area. We're remapping all the school bus routes right now, and our regional routes blading schedule is going to change based on that. Just an FYI. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Daniel and Joe. Moving on to San Juan County, Utah, our relationship and our agreements and so forth with that particular county. It's like our other partners, it's going very well with San Juan County, Utah. Mr. Mac McDonald is the manager / supervisor in that area. So it's been a while since we met with San Juan County, Utah. The last time I recall that we met with them was probably just a very, very latter part of 2022. But I know that they've been reaching out to us in the early part of the year through telephone meetings and that. And I know there's an upcoming meeting coming as far as regarding several projects in that area. But one of the movement is, one of the larger projects is from establishing a highway, creating a new construction of a highway from Navajo Mountain, Arizona, coming all the way back and joining very near Ojeta, Arizona, Monument Valley. So that's a large project that's gonna, if that goes through and the approvals go through, it's easily gonna go approaching $125, $100 million. And there's various options that go through there as far as the route, and that touches some areas that going very nearby to a major river and areas where there's no residents. So it's gonna require an EA. A very large amount of volume of earth will be moved, a couple of bridges that will have to be constructed. It'll be a very scenic and beautiful road if it gets to that stage to completion. And coming out of Monument Valley, the ending of that route, or the beginning of that route, you see the monuments there, Monument Valley, then ending over at Navajo Mountain. So we toured that site several times last year and the year before. So that's one of the major projects that we're working with San Juan County, Utah commissioners, Willie Gray Eyes and others who are part of that group. And recently, last year, we provided them also through our fuel excise tax road funds. I believe it was over 100,000, right, Daniel, Mr. Brigade? Yeah, and that money was to be used for, I believe it was around 75 miles in and around some areas in San Juan County, Utah. So that money was forwarded to them last year, and San Juan County, Utah used it for very much similar purposes that we talked about, Sandoval County, New Mexico. So they used it for 75 plus miles of road services in and around various communities in that particular county. So very positive relationship with Mr. McDonald there, Mac McDonald and his team there. And so I'll turn it over now to Mr. Brigade.
Thank you, sir. Same type of relationship, MOU with San Juan County, Utah. Right now, 5 years ending in 2024. And then an IGA that lasted 10 years, also expiring in 2024. That originally was a 5-year agreement, and we extended it about halfway through. So looking at this, basically since 2014, Navajo DOT contributed road funds and general funds to San Juan, Utah in the amount of $2.3 million. And just real quickly, those projects include, back in 2014, we contributed $200,000 for the Paiute Creek Bridge. We provided road funds, we call it road fund betterment funds for Monument Valley N6440 and N42 in Ojeto. And then back in 2019 and 21, we also contributed $170,000 for a state project, N407 McElmo Creek Bridge. Daryl probably has a little bit more information on that project. And then, as Mr. Silversmith stated, $100,000 last year for routine road maintenance. So that's a summary of the projects that Navajo DOT has contributed. So, Peter?
This is another county that doesn't have right-of-way on any reservation route. So they used to use what's called B fund. B fund, road fund was for maintenance on earth roads and gravel roads like that. But since they don't have right-of-way and the liability, San Juan County, Utah pulled out, they don't do any more blading on the res anymore. So that's why we're providing them, through the agreement, we provided them $100,000 to at least do 75,000 miles. McElmo Bridge was nice project too, very nice place, way out in the middle of nowhere. UDOT was the main construction management on that. They provided funding, and then to help get that project done, we provided fuel excise tax funding also on that one. Local match requirement is actually what it was. That's right. You know, we're still working with the county. We're talking about getting them back out there, so what we can do, trying to get them back out to continue their blading operations, even though they had to pull out. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next slide, please. Moving on to San Juan County, New Mexico. Our working relationship with them as well goes back years, and I haven't met with them personally myself lately, the last few months, but I know Ms. Deputy Division Director, Ms. Bowman, and Mr. Brigade did meet with them a couple of months ago on a particular project there, and regarding a particular project regarding, I forget the intent of that meeting was, but it was about road improvement issues that was occurring, that was upcoming there in San Juan County. And then we met in South Farmington, they met with them South Farmington. But in the past, and recently, San Juan County they've been responsive to our needs as well in that upper eastern region of the Navajo Nation. I know that in times of need, there was blatant services needed, and they were usually responsive as well. So they have that particular approach too as well, as far as if a right-of-way has been established, whose the right-of-way belongs to, we need to work those all out. And it kind of mirrors many of the counties too. They need that establishment before they put their equipment on there. Sometimes they'll go straight forward, and depending on the situation, emergency situation, they'll provide immediate access. But that right-of-way situation is something that may stall or delay a project. And something that's what we heard from Mr. Sosi and Vice Chair Johnson on some several ideas that we need to work through as far as those right-of-way issues, and that's a big thing there. And if we can work that out with each of our counties, then the overall need is to serve all the residents in each of these counties, and that should be our priority there. I shouldn't say regardless, but it should be regardless of the status of land ownership there. Our needs are to provide the safetyness to our residences and our travelers on those roads, and times of monsoon season's coming. And we're going to need help. BIA and now DOT is going to help, and that's what we're hoping our county partners will respond like they always have, and I'm sure they will. So that's something that we're going to prepare for, and then it's not too early to start preparing for winter 2023 and into 2024 as well. So, Daniel.
With San Juan County, Utah, we have an MOU that is good through, a 5-year MOU that's good through 2024. The IJA with San Juan, New Mexico expired back in 2018. At one time, we were very active with this county, and there were, since 2013, we contributed federal highway funds and road funds in an amount of $4.7 million, and those contributions went towards the Orfano Bridge. We had Shiprock Project, San Juan Chapter Farms, Red Valley, N548 Shiprock, N362 San Juan Chapter, and N571 and Gadiai. So since 2013, again, like I stated, $4.7 million of Navajo road funds and federal highway funds to San Juan County, New Mexico. And my understanding, I once heard from Mr. Peterman, was that the county wasn't looking at doing any more work right now for on road fund projects because of their schedule. So I think it's just a matter of time before we get back into an updated active agreement with them.
Thank you, Daniel. That's correct. We have a good relationship with San Juan, New Mexico County. They've done a lot of work for us, 506 Shiprock Farm Road. They have chip seal equipment, so we're trying to get move fuel excise tax to the county so they can do some chip seal for us on some of our roads. But they have a very busy schedule. You go to Farmington and Bloomfield, you see some of those big projects going there, widening streets and all that. Some of those are county projects, and really got them kind of tied up right now. They do a lot of blading out there. They have a lot of right-of-way. San Juan County has a lot of right-of-way. They do a lot of great improvement, graveling and blading. You know, San Juan County is a big oil and gas industry. And they have a relationship with the oil and gas folks where they're working together on the res, keeping these roads open. And they're pretty good out there. We don't really have to work too closely with them. They're able to control what they do out there.
Thank you, Joe. Our last part of the county partnership that we would talk about is Navajo County, what we have established with them. And our experience with both supervisors, Alberto Pestragai and Fern Benally, it's going great. It's progressing. It's moving very positive in the direction that we would like. Last week, we met Joe and I, Mr. Peterman and I, we met with Navajo County. And there's going to be some change in staff there, and that was one of the ideas, or one of the main intent was to meet the outgoing, some of the outgoing staff there. Miles Begay will be moving on. There's also, there's that individual that, it's not John Osgood, but, what was his name? I forget it. Glenn Kephart, yes, Glenn Kephart, he'll be moving on, and Bill Best is still there. And so that, we have a firm relationship with them. We wanted to, we met on several projects with them in Navajo County that we wanted to wrap up and finalize before those departing staff are leaving. And that just speaks about our relationship with them. We have another meeting this coming Thursday with Navajo County in Winslow, speaking on a route between Low Mountain and Palaca, Arizona Highway, the Hopi route, H60. Hopi route H60. I know that project has been going on 2015, 2016. So that's one of our topics of discussion that we have upcoming with Navajo County. They've always been responsive as far as the needs of the Navajo Nation, addressing our emergency situation, road blading services. So we'll talk about the Red Dot partnership there that you see in the bottom of the slide there. But I know just recently we met also with Supervisor Fern Benally, and this is regarding they have a surplus of amount of funding material, funding that's available from Navajo County, from Fern Benally's area. I believe it exceeds over 100,000 that they have funds available from Navajo County that we've been meeting with them regularly on a bi-weekly basis. By 2 weeks or 2 times a month, we've been meeting with them in anticipation of graveling some routes near Black Mesa, between Black Mesa and Forest Lake. So with those funds, the intent there is to provide graveling coverage on 8065 there that you see gravel placement in Black Mesa. So we're working towards that. We're working towards the clearances of that. We're working towards the minor design of that, and that's something that we need to coordinate with Chile Central Agency. That's Mr. Dugay, right? Chile Central Agency, 8065. So that we need to let them be aware of our intentions there. But that's going to be upcoming hopefully soon with the $150,000 that they have available. We're going to use that funds to procure the material, the gravel from Brim Hall, Indian Wells, and haul it all the way to Black Mesa and lay that down on those areas that have been cleared on 8065. So the partnership is going well again with Supervisors Bernali and Supervisors Pestragai as well too. Daniel?
Navajo County has we currently have an MOU that's good through 2033, 10-year agreement, and we have an IGA that recently expired. So I know we're based on the last meeting that Mr. Spielberg mentioned, we'll be in the process of getting a new one in place. So the 10-year agreement since 2013. We've contributed $700,000 of general funds and road funds to the county. So most of it was primarily for Red Dot projects that Joe will be speaking of. We also contribute towards Shanto C-Store paving back in 2015. So that's the current status with Navajo County, Arizona.
Thank you. We do have a lot of work going on in Navajo County. 9065 White Cone, a small grade drain project we just completed just recently. It goes right off N6 and goes east or west for about 3 miles. County, you see that third bullet there, Highway User Revenue Fund. They use that HERF fund, it's called HERF fund. They use that to contribute by buying the culverts and things like that, and so we got that project done. Next one we completed was 9857 in Delcon. That was a really steep road, and we used existing earthwork and borrow and try to smooth that road out a little bit. We did pretty good. We didn't save the planet on it, but it's a lot better, safer travel on there. The county helped us out with the design. They have a drone. They just gave us drone footage and things like that to help us get that design. So that was good contributing with the county. Again, they're working with BIA, myself, gravel placement in Black Mesa. Right now with FET funds at 8065 in Black Mesa, there's a pretty big ditch there. We're installing a concrete box culvert right now using fuel excise tax funds. And then the county and BIA and NDOT were talking about using those HERP funds to purchase gravel and place it in there. Indian Wells, we have two projects there, 9806-1, that's a fuel excise tax project, and then the county has 9068, I believe, that they're using HERP funds to place gravel there. Well, they don't have arc and bio. You gotta have arc and bio. There's no right of way, so it's gotta have arc and bio. So with them, partnering with them, we're using fuel excise tax funds to get that arc and bio clear. Once that's all clear and everything's set to go, the county will load and deliver, and Navajo DOT will place the aggregate base there. Red Dog's been going pretty good for about 5 years. It's kind of slowed down now. We used to have the mine, Sienta Mine used to provide fuel, almost over 100,000 gallons a year in fuel, but now that the mine is closed and shut down, that fuel issue is kind of going away, so this project's kind of still getting expensive. Navajo County is the lead on it, and they are working with the 10 chapters. Each chapter contributes $15,000 for crushing the Red Dog, and that's still going on. Those negotiations are still going on right now. So yeah, we have a good relationship with Navajo County, and we have meetings with them and talking together quite a bit.
Thank you for that. I'd like to follow up. You stated White Cone, that area, it's all in the same area as Indian Wells. So there's a road adjacent to the school. There's a big old white sign. I think it's like symbolizes White Cone. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. And it's a dirt road that goes west. It's a bus route that goes into the White Cone community. That I actually went out there a few months ago, and during when it flooded pretty bad, that washed out that road probably as high as the ceiling, probably about halfway, and it just cut through that whole that road, or where the bus was supposed to go. Is anybody maintaining that particular area, the bus route of that? It's not on the main dirt road, but it's kind of like off going towards the housing, but it's considered a bus route as well. So,
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that question.
So the community, the surrounding community, it washed out that culvert. So what they did is they dragged that culvert back over and they just shoveled sand. I think they have a tractor or something, and to drive into that washout and crossed up, and it hasn't been fixed because it was still I think it was still raining during the flood season, so that's why they weren't, they were reached out to you, yeah.
You wouldn't happen to know the route number, would you?
There's a big old sign, it's White Cone, that big old White Cone sign right across the school going west, that main dirt road. I don't know what number that is, but I can give you some Navajo directions. You get to the hill, we did that last, so
That's the push right there.
Yeah, 9062. I think it's 9751. But, yeah, I think it's one of those. So, it's, can you do better? So, yeah, I just wanted to share that with you, and if anybody, any of the teams in the area, go check it out. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for that. It might be a BIA route 9062. So if you can pass that information on to Mr. Sosi, Clarence Sosi. That portion of that 9062 is part of our regional route. And we did a road improvement project on that particular route last year. So that's something that we need to do as far as our road assessment. So it's the BIA Navajo DOT Vice Chair. Okay. Now we completed all of the counties that we had agreements on, that we wanted to share information with you from the perspective of Navajo DOT. From 10:30 to 12, we are scheduled to go into securing rights of way for new construction. But before we go there, it's important that we continue this discussion with agreements as far as we want to go into our state partners. So, and then we'll return from lunch, and then we'll pick up where sections 3 and sections 4, where we include BIA into this discussion. So next slide, please. So we have a little bit of time, and so we wanted to cover the state DOT agreements that we have with both Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Arizona Department of Transportation, our relationship as far as the DOT is very progressively positive with them. They provide various funding sources to various projects for us, and you'll hear some input from Mr. Jonah McGay and then also from Mr. Peterman again as far as some particular road projects they're assisting with us both financially and as far as technical design. And this is where we had, I know President Dr. Nygren and Vice President Montoya have been periodically meeting with the state of Arizona and their leadership, so they've been providing us some guidance and providing that leadership level communication with the governor there, the governor of Arizona, and their respective representatives. The representatives from the state of Arizona were working very well with them. Previously, we worked with Representative Blackwater Nygren and Myron Sosi, and both, as a result of both of their commitment and dedication to what they were doing, Representative Sosi was able to secure $10 million for 9402 Lupton, and we're working as far as getting that project ready for construction through the efforts of Representative Sosi in the state of Arizona. And particularly for Representative Blackwater Nygren, she was able to secure $6 million, along with Delegate Charlene So, former Delegate Charlene So. They were able to secure $6 million for N35 Sweetwater, and that's the money that we're using for N35. There was a shortage of funds there, so with the securing of this additional $6 million, we're able to supplement our money. We're able to come up with the $21 million that's going to be going to NECA. But I'll give some time over here to Mr. Jonah McGay, and he'll provide some input as far as the airport aspect of what Arizona DOT and Navajo DOT has been working towards.
Good morning, everybody. Jonah McGay with Navajo DOT Executive. Yesterday, I did a quick overview of the how we work with ADOT on the airport improvement, cost sharing. We also work with it's a combination between FAA, ADOT, and NMDOT and Navajo Nation. We do a cost sharing on the airport agreements and the airport improvements. So how we work with ADOT is they provide cost sharing. I use an example yesterday for Chinle Airport. Right now we're pursuing $258,000 for the Chinle Airport Improvement Program. And we secured funding for the FAA. When we secured funding from the FAA, then we reach out to ADOT. And ADOT will provide us their cost sharing. And then Navajo Nation also provides their cost sharing. So Navonation for the Chilean example, Navonation is providing 200 to the 8,000, ADOT is providing 200 to the 8,000, and the FAA provided around $8 million for Chile Airport. So that's how, using that Chile Airport as an example, that's how we work with ADOT. That agreement is going through, it's gone through 164. The president signed off yesterday, and we are going to send that agreement back to ADOT. ADOT will sign up on it, and then we will send it through OB to get a business unit set up. And then we'll go ahead and start the contract documents to send that through 164 again. So that's how we work with ADOT. And also on New Mexico side, we work pretty much the same way, NMDOT. When we have a project going right now, I'm using Compoint as an example yesterday. We have a proposed project going on for Compoint. This year we submitted an application for a design for about $475,000, I believe it was. That's just for the design to reconstruct the entire Compoint Airport. And when we secure the FAA, NMDOT will provide their cost sharing. So, and then for Tuba, going back to Tuba City, we are working with ADOT. ADOT is providing about $180,000 for Tuba City pavement preservation, and Navonation provided $20,000 on that one. So that's going on. That's going to start here June 6th for about maybe a month project for them to do crack sealing, drainage repairs, and also the pavement preservation for Tuba City. And again, ADOT provided $180,000 on that one, so we got the agreement through and everything, so that's ready to go for Tuba City Airport. So that's how we work with ADOT, and with the new leadership at the governor's office, we have to work out some certain language on the agreement, so it took about maybe a couple months for us to work that thing out. And also, we are looking to, prior to the pandemic, we did have a partnership with ADOT. And that hasn't been, we haven't had our meeting again yet since the pandemic. So we are looking to restart that ADOT partnership here. I believe it's going to be in June. So I know there's some funding opportunities that are provided to states. So we're going to be discussing ADOT with that one, see if any of those can be eligible for any roads project or any other transportation improvements or airports here on Navajo. So we're looking to restart the partnership with ADOT on that one too also.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the airport. I'm pretty sure they asked you this, who uses the airport? Because I know we don't have a plane at the moment, so who utilizes that?
One of the primary users is IHS for their MEDVACs, emergency air transportation. So they're one of the primary users.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. The next bullet is a global lighting agreement. So we do have a global lighting agreement with, actually with Arizona Public Service. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, where fuel excise tax is used to pay the lighting. In Arizona, the fuel excise tax is used to pay the operating and the maintenance. So if a light knocked down or not working, Arizona Public Service, APS, will come out and get that going and send us a bill. It's a consistent bill every month, but that maintenance is factored in there. We work with ADOT. There was some, ADOT installed some lighting up in Tuba City last year. I already know where they put it in. I didn't make it out there to see what was going on, but we worked with the MOU between ADOT specifically for lighting. We got that through our legal. Their legal got it all the way down to where we inherit the operating and the maintenance costs on that one. So those lights should be working now. So that's the only lights that NDOT takes care of in Arizona is in Cameron. Right in Cameron, there's those street lights. That's the one that we operate and maintain. And then the one that goes underneath is a walkway underneath right there at Cameron. We take care of that, but those keep getting busted. We fix them, they get busted, and they don't last very long. ADOT completed several projects this year with Arizona DOT. They did that 191 from Chinle to Many Farms. They did about 8 miles of shoulder widening. That road sure needed it. It was narrow. They also have another project in the works to continue on all the way to Many Farms and get that safety project, exactly what it is, to widen the shoulder, and allow for a little wider lane and a place to pull off in case you get a flat or something. They completed 2 bridges, one on 191 in Rock Point and Round Rock. Looked like brand new bridges. They tore them down, rebuilt them. I believe this is phase 1 of a widening project that's going to happen also on the 191 corridor. One other thing that is not ADOT, but one other thing I want to mention is that Arizona appropriation funds were provided to Navajo DOT for construction of N9402 in the Hot Loop area. Representative Myron Sosi worked with the Arizona legislature, and they're able to get $10 million right now for N9402. There's a lot of complications when you build. There's art, there's bio, there's grazing permits and all that other stuff that was mentioned earlier. So we're working on getting consent. Drainage is a big issue. You know, if your road don't have drainage, and you're wasting your time trying to gravel it and all that. So that's where we're starting at right now. We're starting with our preliminary design, and we have that contract fit out to our subconsultants Wilson and Dibble. So that's what's going on with ADOT right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So we're moving on to New Mexico Department of Transportation and our relationship and what's the partnership there that has been established with the state of New Mexico. Recently, State of New Mexico has been providing us funds for many of our projects in and around New Mexico on the eastern side of the Navajo Nation, northern part of Navajo Nation. And there's one particular project that should say the first bullet point should read N57 Tohajale, not N59, but that's one of the examples, and Joe will provide more information on that. Is in Tohajale, they provided us several $1 million last year, and we were able to, with our initial funds, we were able to do some activities there on N57 in Tohajale. That's a 9-10 mile route between Tohajale, going east from the chapter of Tohajale and connecting back to the casino there on I-40. So that project we were able to pay through the efforts of the state of New Mexico, some of the funds that they were able to provide. Without their funding participation in this project, we weren't able to pave on that. And we're working on both Superintendent Associate Mr. Largo. There's some areas there that have failed, that are damaged, and we're still working on, even though we completed that project in September of last year, August, September of last year, there's some areas that have failed, and we're working on that. Those particular areas of failure damage are about maybe 2 miles from the east end going back west to where we need to make those corrective measures. And I know Delegate Norman Begay has been reaching out to us too, and he was inquiring about when we were able to work on that. So those are some of that's one particular project that stands out. And they've been working, the state of New Mexico has also been working with us as far as what can we do, Navajo Nation, to provide maybe funding or anything. What's our involvement going to be like for N55, the road from Alamo going north to I-40? So we're working with them on possible funding at all. That project, there's probably 12 miles of unpaved road, 13 miles of unpaved road between Alamo and I-40. And the majority of that falls through our partners, our neighbors to the Laguna Tribe. So we reached out last year we talks with the Laguna Tribe about having access or giving us authorization and just to pave that unpaved portion of about 9 miles of it, actually more than that, about 10 miles of that from Alamo going north. So they were very responsive. It's just not any 12, 13 mile project is going to require, for that particular one, it's going to require in excess of about $35 million just to pave it. And we don't have that. And the Laguna Tribe doesn't have that. So that's the one big holdup. That's the one big situation that's preventing us from working on that highway. But hopefully this summer or this fall, we have, I believe it's about $500,000 that on N55, on the existing paved road portion of it, there's damaged sections of it, about 4 or 5 locations. So with that $500,000, and with Mr. Peterman, we're contracting out that work. So sometime this summer or this fall, we're going to be back out there and do those repairs on N55. But you can provide more information on this particular agreement with New Mexico DOT, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. It should be N57 to Hodge Lake, goes from the school all the way to the housing, cuts across the res. We were able to combine fuel excise tax, and then we got it shoveled. We had fuel excise tax for a grade and drain project through the grade, drain, and gravel. And that time, New Mexico reached out to us, District 5 out of Albuquerque. They had some funds available. So we presented our project to them with the scope of including pavement and stripe, and they're agreeable to it. They provided $3.5 million to Navajo DOT for the paving and the stripe. So we're able to get that paved. There's issues with right-of-way out there, but we're able to pave that road completely. Just when we finished, the monsoon hit, and it really washed out the road. Still needs some work out there. The back slopes need to be cut back a little more. The ditches need to be widened. And now that the asphalt, the paved surface needs to be repaired. So we're working on that right now. We have fuel excise tax funds that we're dedicating to that right now. It's in our legal. Sounds like it'll be back to us here in a couple of weeks. We're doing a sole source. Arrow Indians, the one that constructed that road, they're still out there. We're going to provide them some funding to get that road back to work. In the meantime, we're working on right-of-way. There's a couple of consents that we need to get straightened out, processed. I believe we're going to go through the TAA process to get right-of-way on there. That'll be discussed a little bit later. Then we have that global street lighting agreement with New Mexico. New Mexico, they have funds. They'll put up the lights. They say, we'll put up the lights if you pay the bill. So one instance I mentioned yesterday is the Nos Chili street lighting along 491. We worked with New Mexico DOT. We reviewed the plans, got everything going. They put out a contract. And we got the MOU going to where NDOT picks up the lighting, operating, and maintenance. So this year, there's 21 new street lights in Los Chili, New Mexico that they're out there burning. With our global street lighting agreement, one thing I really talk about is there's 197 street lights in Shiprock. Last year, only 6 of them were working. So through our global street lighting agreement, we had a contract with Rockrat. They went out there and we changed all those old lights, sodium light heads into LED. We replaced all 197 with LED lights, got it all rewired, and today, all the street lights are burning in Shiprock. Really important, street lights so important, pedestrians and traffic at night. So that's one thing I really like about that global street lighting agreement. You see in the photo there, we're able to get millings from New Mexico DOT right around. You see these milling piles all over the place. Through a little complicated process, we're able to get millings from New Mexico DOT and put them on our roads. We've done that in East Chapel Hill and several other, Coyote Canyon and several other areas up in Shiprock also. Another project we have is New Mexico, Navajo Route 36 and New Mexico 371. We're putting the signal over there. You know where that's at? That's the casino over there by Farmington. The turnoff that goes to the casino over there. We're trying to put a signal over there, working with Mexico DOT, there's fuel excise tax funds, Raytheon provided funding, NAFI provided some funding. Senator John Pinto at one time, he got $2,000 to apply to this. Pretty much got a project there, ready to bid out. New Mexico DOT is gonna run the project, but guess what? Because of all the increase in prices, like what was mentioned yesterday, in materials and delivery times and all that, we ran short on our funding, so we're looking at New Mexico DOT, Senator Allison to get us some more funding to get that project back on track. It should happen starting this fall. One other thing about New Mexico, not just New Mexico DOT, but New Mexico as a whole, they have all these capital outlay projects. You know, they have a boom in the oil and gas production, so this year they had a lot of money for capital outlay projects. They provide a certain percentage to the tribes. So New Mexico, NDOT, because we do the roads, we're considered the lead agency. So when these capital outlay projects come out, dealing with roads or lights or things like that, and New Mexico, Navajo DOT as the agency, we wind up managing those projects. Something I wanted to mention is talk about right-of-way in McKinley County. A lot of the chapters, the Yambato, for one, I don't know the others, but they're using this New Mexico capital outlay funds to go after right-of-way. But then the question is, they get all this stuff, you have arch, bio, you know, all this other stuff, roadway design. Once they get all that done, who is going to sign for the right-of-way? That's a question that's still hanging out there. But there's a lot of funds for that. This year, they gave Peru chapter $100,000 for solar street lights. They gave Crown Point another $100,000 for solar street lights. 2 years ago, they gave Crown Point $100,000 for solar street lights, and through Navajo DOT, we're able to get the road to Crown Point chapter lit up with solar street lighting through a contract. There's a lot of things that are going on with New Mexico capital outlay. I probably have about 80 or 90 projects with them right now that is kind of crazy and wild. But that's okay, we can manage it.
Thanks, Bill. I just want to also say that on the 371 and 36 project, Navajo DOT's role in that was we contributed our funds for the engineering and design of the project. So I believe that came with from road funds. And then in the next step, as Joe stated, the enterprises contributed to the project as well. I think we had NAPI, we had gaming, and there was one other. But they contributed $400,000 to this project. And the issue was that they couldn't give the money to the state. So we worked out an arrangement where they gave the money to the Navajo Nation. We got an agreement in place, we got that process, and then we got an IGA with New Mexico, where when the IGA is completed, it's not completed yet, but when it's completed, we'll be able to pass those funds on to the state. So New Mexico our Navajo DOT had a big role in that process. For the capital outlay project, since January of 2022, we received just a little over $9 million from the state. And as Joe stated, you know, their capital outlay, their New Mexico Indian Affairs, there's various funding sources. So big chunk of that was Tuajale, for $3.9 million for Tuajale. So we have a challenge, you know, in accepting those New Mexico funds because Navajo DOT wasn't a part of the original application process. So when we get these agreements, we're backtracking and we're trying to find out, you know, what the scope of work of the project is for, what the budget's gonna look like before we're able to package it and process it and accept the agreement. So we have a little bit of challenge of getting those agreements in place. So there's a few of them pending right now, but you know, we usually, you know, get those processed and going. Thank you.
Again, this is Daryl Bradley, Principal Civil Engineer, Navajo DOT, and Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee. The other, I guess what's not up here, but the other maybe technical assistance or just working with our state DOTs is when it comes to the right-of-way process. You know, in the past, all of the state DOTs basically have, I guess, put on the shelf any plans to expand a number of the roadways, state and federal highways crossing through the Navajo Nation because many of them needed right-of-way. And in the past, leadership had basically said no, you know, no to granting state DOTs additional rights-of-way. You know, 264 from Summit all the way down to Ganado or Burnside was supposed to be a four-lane divided highway. But because it was on their transportation improvement plan, but Navajo Nation said no to additional rights of way, so that they took that off the list. And you know, they recently, a couple of years ago, did a shoulder widening on that project. But I think many of you can kind of see that that's such a busy corridor, you know, going back and forth that, you know, and just for safety standpoint also, it would have been nice to have had a four-lane facility like that. And I think, you know, Vice Chair, going back to your question with regard, or your input on rights of way, I guess the Navajo Nation really has to look at that in terms of, you know, the nation's growing, movement of goods and services through the nation. A lot of these state routes need rights of way in order to expand to accommodate that growing traffic. Example over right now, currently that's going on is US 64 from State Line to Shiprock. You know, that's a 21 mile corridor. And the state did all they could to try to keep that project within the existing right-of-way, but if you drive that road, you can see how tight the right-of-way is in areas. And so right now they're working with the nation as well as BIA and acquiring additional rights-of-way to build, you know, portions of that US 64 that carries a lot of traffic. There's been numerous complaints and requests from the community. When is that road going to get widened? It's not safe. So, you know, I think leadership, you know, we need to take a look at, you know, corridors like that, you know, in terms of, yes, it's going to require consent of the local permittees. Yes, there's restrictions with regards to, you know, what states probably won't allow in the rights of way. I think you mentioned vendors in the rights of way. And, you know, so all of these things are looked at just from a safety standpoint because it carries a lot of traffic access, you know, ingress, egress, you know, off the main highway to people's residences. And so, you know, all of these are kind of a case-by-case basis, but, you know, Navajo DOT, between our partnerships with all three DOTs, you know, we've been kind of assisting and helping them to navigate this process internally here at Navajo, whether it's with clearances, whether it's with the right-of-way process, you know, who are the folks at the BIA, you know, Realty in terms of providing, you know, assistance in those avenues. But I just thought I wanted to just provide a little bit of input on rights-of-way and you know, working with these state DOTs on, really, as I said, 64 is really needed because of the amount of, I mean, I know we talk about Tisna, Splunk, Clabato, the Gutiai and Shiprock, but, you know, a lot of folks from northern Arizona that go to Farmington, Chinle, you know, they all funnel along 64, I think it's really important for us to do what we can to work with the state DOTs and, you know, because, you know, that particular corridor received $25 million worth of raise, I think it was raise grant. They received a raise grant, which is, wow, I'm not to say it's free money, but that was such a big win for the New Mexico DOT, along with the support of the Navajo Nation to get that kind of funding to really accelerate the construction of that corridor. It's going to be constructed in six phases just because of the cost. I think ultimately it's going to be $60 to $70 million to build that road improvement. But anyway, just wanted to provide that additional comment.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Moving on to our last slide with the state of Utah Department of Transportation. Under the leadership, the current leadership there, Governor Cox and Lieutenant Governor Henderson, particularly Lieutenant Governor Henderson, she's been a frequent visitor to the Navajo Nation, and I believe within the last calendar year, she visited the Navajo Nation 4 or 5 times, and always searching for solutions to provide in many areas, but one in particular was road improvement projects on the Navajo Nation. And they've been, in my working relationship with them, we've been working together on securing funds along with President Dr. Nygren and Vice President Montoya. Together, Navajo Nation, Utah, DOT, and also with the San Juan County, Utah, we've been working as far as securing funds for, as I mentioned earlier, for that highway that goes from Navajo Mountain to Oljeto, a 50-mile plus road. And the amount of money that's needed to build that road is probably close to $150 million. And I've heard discussions about the state of Utah being provided, you know, almost as much as half of that. And for us to get to that point, to secure that fund, a lot has to happen. Our the clearances of that entire road has to happen, and the EIS, Environmental Impact Statement, has to be completed. The design has to be completed, consent, everyone from the local leadership. You know, just, it's a lot of variables connected to making that project happen. So they've been quite involved. They've actually toured the potential route of that road. There's no, for the first 5 miles, there's no access, there's no previous road. It's going through all land that has been undisturbed. But they were there. We went all the way to the edge as far as we could see, and we just saw the enormous amount of work and coordination and compilation, everyone coming together to make that project happen. And also additionally, state of Utah, they've provided us, of course, some opportunities grant opportunities for projects in the state of Utah, and we through San Juan County, Utah, we're working towards the continuation of our IGAs and MOUs, our partnership agreements that we have with San Juan County, Mac McDonald, and so forth, and that team there. But you know, these are just some of the multiple projects that we have going with them. Joe, you want to explain briefly on these? And but it's going well. Instead of Governor Cox, and like I said, Lieutenant Governor Henderson, everything was going smoothly there.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't have a lot going on up in Utah as far as projects or construction like that, but we do have our global lighting agreement right there when you pull into Monument Valley, right there at the Utah state line. There's a roundabout. Navajo DOT, we're paying the operation and maintenance of that. That was just lit up last year. So we did another MOU IGA with UDOT specifically to lighting to get that one lit up. And our blading, you know, mostly what we're doing up there from Anna to Montezuma Creek, Oljeto, Navajo Mountain, all the way across. We're just continuing with our 15-mile regional blading plus other blading as necessary. During the monsoon and recent snow, we did some culvert replacement and a few things like that. So it's mostly routine maintenance up in Utah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterman. So that provides complete coverage of our agreements with counties and our state partners. And we'll continue to move on. Vice Chair Johnson?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I'd like to go back to, was it Mr. Bradley? Okay, thank you for your input and, you know, addressing some of the right-of-way. And I do agree with everybody here that we do need to build that relation in the partnership with all DOTs, you know, and it's for the betterment of our community, you know, on the roads, the highways, and, you know, the main, you know, the bus routes, and, you know, making sure that they do have passable highways and dirt roads. So, just want to put that on record. So I want to go ahead and give the microphone to Madam Shauna Nkwa. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And then good morning to everyone. And thank you for the presentations this morning on behalf of the different counties. And as Mr. Silversmith stated, during the flood in Chinle, we had firsthand experience looking at our IGA in motion. So we did have our county, Apache County, District 1, District 2. They both came out and assisted during the flood. So during this time, my question is going to be specific to the funding and then also to the various agreements. And as I was thinking about it and listening in, there are so many projects that are entailed according to the state. So I wanted to find out and to make a recommendation if we can get a matrix. So the matrix would include the projects that are currently in process with the specific funding types. So we did hear that some are from the state, some are county, some are tribal, but that would give us as RDC members a better overview of where we may experience some of the shortfalls. And then also for the funding, I think that it would be good to get an update on when some of those expiration dates would be, and then also the timeline of when those funding need to be used by. Another question that I have in regards to safety is that I know speaking for my town in Chinle, we have a school zone and it's along Highway 191. And so we do have the crosswalk, but I do see that traffic does not adhere to the speed limit. So we do have vehicles going through there about 60 to 70 miles per hour. And so that raises a concern for me because this has actually happened on the N7 school crossing side, is where a student was hit by a vehicle in the evening because there was not adequate lighting. So with that, I know in Ganado, they have those overpasses where the pedestrians can walk over the roadway. I don't know if those are still in existence or if they're, what the status is as far as capability to bring that into a busy area like in Chinle, and if so, what type of funding is available for that. And then I know that in September, there's going to be a transportation summit, and then also tomorrow there's one in Oklahoma City. And I think that we as the Navajo Nation, we do need to participate in that and take our seat at the table so that we can share some of our concerns that we are experiencing, not just on Navajo Nation, but in other indigenous tribes. So Navajo Nation is unique because we have several states that we encompass, and so that's why I feel that it's very important to participate in some of these symposiums. Also, it's a great opportunity to network And then also thinking about some of the virtual avenues that you can participate in. So I would not say a directive, but maybe recommend one of your staff to start participating. And those are the types of information that can be shared at the agency level. So I know we do have Fort Defiance, Chinle, Eastern, and during those times the update would have been really good. And then if we had a report from all of the counties that were made into a booklet like this, that would be helpful for us so that when we go back to our chapters, we're able to share some of that information. So if we can make contact to the county supervisors, I know for myself, I have heard from Ms. Lena Fowler and then also from Dr. Joe Shirley, but I would like to hear what's going on in other counties. And then just to think about what was expressed earlier with our state representative, Mr. Myron Sophie. I didn't catch the funding amount, but if there are discussions with your state leadership, if you can also put that into the report. And I know that their funding is coming up for the state, so it would be important. And that's why I think that matrix would be very helpful. So then we know what areas need to be addressed, and then we can advocate to our state leadership. So those would be my recommendation as far as that. And then one last thing is that how often are the IGAs reviewed? So we're talking about the IGAs and the MOUs. How often are they revisited? And I think that those need to be done because as we're talking about inflation and cost increase in materials, we really do need to figure out some of those things. As we heard yesterday and today with these street lighting agreements, there's not a real specific agreement, but if we can take that back and revisit that specific lighting agreement, then perhaps we can impose some of the responsibilities back to the chapters. And but we don't know which agreements are happening because we don't see that. But if we could have that available, then maybe we can go back to the chapter for support and where they can put that as a fixed cost in their own budget. Might not be the full 100%, but it would be partial. And the only way that is going to change is if we look into the IGA and the MOAs, and then also when we know specifically which projects are going on in all the communities. So that would be my recommendation, and I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Claw. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We're going to take care of some technical difficulties. Give us a few minutes. Take a walk, smoke break, go get your coffee, your vape. Okay, I think that was a good 5-minute break. We can go ahead and resume. We'll be taking lunch at noon. And we'll go ahead and get a response to Honorable Claude's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, and we'll do VIA and Navajo DOT will provide some answers and feedback to Honorable Delegate Claus' questions. So what I wanted to share here, we have before you here is a representation of, and this is kind of goes to one of Delegate Claus' questions, is a matrix, and this is similar to a matrix. This page, this information that we have here is a compilation of going back, if you see all the way to the top, our projects from 2021, about a couple of years ago, and going forward to 2027, some projects that we have ongoing and completed. And as you see here, we have in green some projects that we have completed since 2021. We've completed since 2021 those 63 projects since 2021, and ongoing projects that we have are in black, 119 projects that we have ongoing. So of course, total of that, we have 182 projects in this window of 2021-2027. So this was as of 3 weeks ago. So we need to go back and revise this. Since 3 weeks ago, we've had multiple capital outlay projects that Mr. Peterman had mentioned. So this 182 is probably gone upwards of 190 to 200 projects. But Northern Agency, these are some of the projects. Normally, if you can scroll upwards, here are some of the green that was completed, and the stop here. Some very basic information that we put together on the matrix that you're talking about. Of course, is the project name, the location, and who's the project manager. The project managers are either Mr. Peterman or three of our engineers, or Ms. Priscilla Lee, who's a senior program project specialist. The scope of work, very briefly, what's being done at that particular project. Where are we at? Of course, the green should all be 100% because those are all completed. The black are ongoing. When was the start date of that project and when did it finish? So we can provide this to the Resources and Development Committee sometime real soon, but give us probably a couple of days, 2 more days to update this, because we had additional capital outlay projects that were added to this. Northern Agency, go back down slightly, Norma. All the way to the top, So Northern Agency, these are some of the projects that, it's not based on, okay, you see a big difference, like for instance, Fort Defiance is quite a bit of projects, and that was because most of the funding might have come in at the same time. So some of those funding situations might have come in earlier. Some of the funding that we have applied for within the agencies might not have been approved from the funding sources, and those that we applied for might have been approved and so forth. So we do our best to equalize the amount of projects that happen within the Northern Agency. And sometimes another reason, there's many reasons, maybe some particular delegates were able to go to a legislation and seek out funds through CSN and so forth, and they were successful. Maybe there were some particular delegates that here versus the other ones that had more CSN projects approved by council, and that's why you see some of the numbers might be different from up here. But for more or less, they were equal up here for the other agencies. Now you can scroll down, Norma. So you see Northern Agency, just keep going until I tell you to stop. Northern Agency, stop. We have almost $96 million of projects that are happening from 2021 to 2027. Western Agency, Honorable Delegates, Vice Chair Johnson's area. So you see all those projects that are happening, that are current. Stop here. You know, just one of the projects has been a big focal point is the N71 Bird Springs project. We're about 75% complete there. We hope to be completed by July of this year. So in a couple more months, we hope to be finished. You know, the south portion of what we're currently doing, Vice Chair, is this particular project. We're still in the design phase, and environmental compliances. So this project is expected to be construction ready in 2025. So that's just an example. Scroll back up, Norma, keep going. Go down. And 96 million that's been committed, almost 97 million that's committed for all the way up to 2027. Eastern Agency, all these various projects, the green again are projects that have been completed, black are ongoing, upcoming. $88 million that we have committed toward Eastern Agency, $88.1 million all the way up to 2027. Chinle Agency, Honorable Delegate Claus area, those green projects again have been completed. The black are upcoming or current. We have stop here. We have many projects that are happening right now. This one is preparing for construction. This one is we're coordinating with Low Mountain Chapter. This one is this one 8065 is just the one that's ongoing. This is ongoing right now, Joe, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we need to change some of these that need to be updated. This is well, actually 80%. That's right. We're not going to be completed in 12/1. We're going to be completed much sooner than that. You see some other projects going on. The Red Dot that we talked about earlier. Okay, scroll down, Norma. 150 million. That's been committed there. And again, this is a good example of N31. Scroll back up, Norma. N31. Where's that at? Where's that at? Who sees it? N31. Not here?
Under teacher.
Oh, sorry, 8031. 8031. Where's 8031?
In 8031.
Oh, okay, right here. So this one is particular, former delegate Gillett here was able to secure an additional $19+ million. So those are some of the efforts. Scroll down, Norma. Those are what I'm talking about when some of those delegates were able to successfully secure, that's why some of the big variation in funding, 150 versus those others were 100 million or 90 million. Continue scrolling down, Fortifying Agency. Keep going down. Probably this is, then stop right here. $141 million that's committed all the way up to 2027. And we talked about gravel pits. These are some of the gravel pit projects that we're working on here. And the discouraging part about Greasewood here is we haven't talked about gravel pits, but we've been trying to get a mining permit for the last 5-6 years, and we still haven't got a mining permit. And that's something that we want to change here. There's some other miscellaneous projects that don't necessarily apply to categorizing any agency, but we have a list of $3 million projects that are forthcoming. Altogether, roughly just under $600 million that's committed to the Navajo Nation as far as what we have occurring. But that kind of addresses one of your questions, Honorable Delegate Law.
What about 860 and area?
860, go back to Chinle, Norma, please. 860, Chinle Agency.
Are you talking Hopi? Hopi Route 60.
Yeah, that's the funding. We're not providing any funding for that, but that's funding that's provided by, that's addressing strictly to the Hopi tribe. But we are working with, we were going to have a meeting with Hopi Michael Lomayaktawa this Thursday, but he's not able to make it, so brief update of where things are going. Navajo County was a main participant in this meeting, us, and we're looking at rescheduling it to, I believe it's June 1st next week. But that project is ongoing. That's been ongoing for several years now. Burnt corn, 80, there's an 8068. We have 8029 that was completed, or N29 that was completed last year, the burnt corn area. Is that on here? It's 8020, no, not 8029, Route 29. Where's N29? Go scroll up, Norma. N29, N29, don't see it. Okay, that was completed just before Christmas of last year, north of the Blue Cachi Chapter House. 3 miles of gravel laid down and soil stabilization on N29 for corn.
That was an in-house project.
Right, that was in-house, completed by Mr. Peterman and Brian Sinigini and others. Okay, there was other questions too.
Real quick, Mr. Solicitor. You mentioned the mining permits. What's the holdup?
Okay, that's something that, if you recall, that was one of the emphasis points from President Dr. Niger and Vice President Montoya, one of their campaign initiatives that they were pushing. We still are pushing, and as far as speeding up the process to getting mining permits, we had mentioned the outlook of what's the scenario of what the realistic scenario, not the realistic scenario, but securing mining permits for 5 permits across the Navajo Nation with this administration before this term ends, before this administration ends. And one of the areas of delay that we're having is the mining permit for Greasewood, the one that we're talking about that I showed, is we still haven't got the mining permit for that particular mining permit. I've been working on that since 2016, 2017. We're going 6-7 years, and we provided as much. We're working with Bureau of Land Management. So right now we've gone back and forth as far as one of the requirements is a mitigation plan. So once all the mining is done and everything has been extracted, the amount of material that we need, what's your plan to restore the land as best as possible back to its natural state as far as blending in everything, reseeding it and so forth, so they're available for future generations and future business development. So that's something that we're struggling with BLM about. And that's one of the main areas that we haven't got an approved mining permit. We had the funding. We have about close to $2 million that has been designated for, once we get the mining permit, we have $2 million designated for that project, startup money for that project to go. But that's the current status there. We're working with BIA as well, too, as far as that trust land, as far as coordinating on securing that mining permit.
Can we get a follow-up question on the call?
This question is going to be directed to the Federal Highway Administration, and in regards to our unobligated pandemic relief funding as far as transportation and infrastructure. So I do not want to see any funding return back to the federal government as far as these projects. Now you can see a whole listing there before us, and I want to know how we can implement the funds. So my question is, how much money is still left unobligated as far as our infrastructure and transportation, so that those numbers we can start crunching on and working on to get those obligated and spent.
Thank you, Honorable Paul. I will actually defer to NDOT. We have transferred those funds over to Navajo Nation, and NDOT has better management of what the unobligated amounts are.
So what Mr. Sanchez is referring to, and we can answer that, certainly, Delegate Plow, is that on the bottom there, we saw $586 million that are planned for 2027. Currently, we have in our business accounts in the Navajo Nation in excess of $170, $180 million that are there. And why is it there? That's a large amount of money. Why aren't we putting these projects, this fund into construction right now? There's many reasons why, and we'll get to that in a little bit. One of them, just real briefly, is that many of these projects that we have money committed to, you know, going back to the 80-31 example, Delegate Gallagher had secured those funds 2-3 years ago, and it's still there in our business unit. And why we haven't moved on to construction is because on that particular road, 80-31 from Pinyon to Low Mountain, there's about 5, 6, 7 archaeological sites that are within the road corridor of that road alignment. And if you recall that photo from Benahoso, that buried kiva, that's potentially what could be lying beneath that road alignment. So until we see it, until we unearth that, maybe, not maybe, but we are, through our Logan Simpsons, until we unearth it, detail it, log it in, get the information, and then cover it, and then protect it, and then we can build. So that's some of the regulations, requirements by federal funds, is that we got to secure, protect these, is it prehistoric? Historically dwellings that existed. So, and that's what's preventing us from going forward with some of these projects. And so until we get past that phase of protecting those dwellings, and that $20+ million is still there. So that's just an example of why. But it's about $180 million that's still there in our business units that we can't move forward with. And some of those items, the reason why those are still there is somewhat out of our control. We control the aspect of getting the design and engineering done. For that 80-31, the design and engineering was completed years ago. But we're waiting on the right-of-way aspect of it, the archaeological. And so those two main items are the main reasons why. And that's something we'll get to in a little bit. We want to change that. We want to speed up the right-of-way process as far as getting the right-of-way. Some of these projects, N71, Vice Chair Johnson, it took us probably over 1.5 years, 2 years to get the right-of-way. And it's just abiding by BIA's system and others associated with it. And it's just a process that we need to follow that exists. We want to shorten that. We're having discussions with BIA, and it's not only BIA, it's just the environmental aspect of it, the approvals of the art, the biological, and everything associated with getting the right-of-way there. Even when it comes to the Navajo Nation, after it's gone through the BIA, it still got to go through the Navajo Nation system procurement. The N71 project had to go through RDC's approval a couple of years ago. Just navigating through the Navajo system, it took about almost half a year to 4, 5, 6 months, just navigating through there. But that's why some of those reasons why that 170, 180 million is sitting there with the Navajo Nation.
Good morning. This is Superintendent Lester Sosi again. I just want to, I guess, be clear in when we're referring to BIA in terms of rights-of-ways. It's very clear in the regulations that we use at 169, 25 CFR 169. There are timelines of requirements that are in there that we are abiding by. We have to comply with that law. So I just don't want any misperception that perhaps I might be sitting at BIA. So when a right-of-way application is provided to us, usually there's a lot of preliminary work that happens, and our staff usually go out there and give education and guidance on requirements for those rights-of-ways. That's usually the preliminary phase where a lot of the activities happen. But once we do that, then the applicant has to then secure all the information, including any NEPA compliance and other documents, consent, and all those other things that have to be provided to us in one application. Then we have a 10-day window that by law says that we have to look at those documents to see for completeness of the application. If the application is incomplete, we then return it to the applicant. But then they can return it back to us with those missing documents or modified documents, whatever it is. Then once we take it back, and then we basically have like 30 days to make a decision to approve or not approve the documents. So we are on very strict timelines from BIA per the regulations. So I think that please keep that in mind as we talk about these rights of ways. The other piece I want to mention is that under 25 CFR 169.4B, the tribal access authorization, which we're going to talk about as the next topic, the nation has a lot of opportunities there to streamline their process so that these things can move forward much quicker. There's really no BIA approval needed for those on tribal trust lands. So we don't get involved per se on that. We only get involved in the back end to record the information once everything's done and all those documents are submitted to us to record it in our system. So that's usually what happens also. So I just want us to be aware of that and keep that in context. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Some additional questions that Honorable Delegate Claw had happened. We discussed the matrix there, or our Excel spreadsheet that we have going. Adequate lighting, that probably is a question for VIA as far as within Chinle. I think you were talking about route, the intersection of 191 and particularly, is it N7 or N64? So I'll leave that up to VIA to respond there as far as a school crossing, making that area more safe for our students and all pedestrians in that area. So I'll defer that to VIA here in a bit. Bridge, it's something resembling a bridge crossing in Ganado, that overhead bridge crossing, something maybe particular that we would want to pursue. Also, another question was the upcoming transportation conference in Oklahoma City, and we do our best to participate in those. This upcoming one, is that this week? Tomorrow? We have two staff members from Navajo DOT going there. The reason why they're going is one of them is a bus driver, and this is a transit emphasis conference, right? Symposium. So she went to. Her and our other bus drivers, they went to a previous conference in Arizona, I believe it was, and there was a skills challenge or a skills test, a rodeo, whatever they call it, for all bus drivers, and she did really well. I believe she came in the top 2, so she's been invited to move on to a national competition that they'll be having in Oklahoma City, and so she should probably be on her way over there now. So she's one of our participants in this particular transit conference in Oklahoma. And then he also requested a booklet of all our information from the counties in our state with all the information that we talked about in agreements and so forth. So I'll give some time over to the VIA now. They can talk about the school crossing in Chinle, to making it more safe.
Good morning. My name is Alfred Reed with BIA Roads. Route 7 on 191 is a state route, and I've inquired about crossing, much like the Ganado crossing for pedestrians with ADOT. At the time that I spoke with ADOT representative, the engineer, he was saying that ADOT is no longer investing in those type of crossings because that it's cumbersome and other reasons he had at the time. So that's what he stated. On the Route 7 Chinle area, BIA route, the school put up lighting, working with Mr. Emerson at the time. He was the HT road engineer. Currently, he's at the Eastern Agency. So that crossing, and there's a guard there also. And every time there's school or things are happening there, that crossing lights up or somebody's there to have the students cross. After hours, I've seen drivers slow down and stop because there's lighting there. And then every now and then they'll restrike the crosswalk there. The other crossing is by the bridge. That bridge is right at the toe of the turnout to Route 102 to the NHA housing. And that crossing there, every now and then, is striped, but recently it hasn't been striped yet. And there's no lighting there, and there's no any type of crossing there. There are no signs are posted there as well. So we'll probably be looking into that. And I know there's a couple accidents that happened there. And every time we approach a way to light up NTUA, they have their voice in there as well because they're the ones with the lines. And we try to approach to where we can have a line, electricity line there, and have a pole there, and have some lighting. But we need to do further discussions with NTUA, and then we need to come up with a design to have a poles standing there, either one side or both sides. And there's a guardrail at the corner there as well. So we got to take all that into consideration. Thank you. Here's Norton Emerson.
Hey, thanks. See, Norton, and yeah, so I used to be, or right now I'm detailed out to Eastern Highway Agency, and I'm the Chinle Agency highway engineer. And regarding to crosswalk there, a year ago, NECA is the one that finished that Malzini Road, right? Onto that, they're the ones that installed those pedestrian signs, the ones that are blinking right now. So, and they reconstructed they put it inside the sidewalks and stuff. So, because of what you're saying of the accident, so everything. So, and as far as this other intersection by Yadaski, that one, it's an ongoing issue because some people want, some people don't know yet. And then as far as the lighting, it's supposed to be in the works, and I don't know where it's at right now, because if you check back the chapter, they had a contractor or a vendor that's supposed to be doing a consulting, designing, but I don't know where it's at. They never, they're supposed to have another meeting, a year ago, and up to this day, so that's where it's at.
That would be different. No.
Okay.
Okay, I got a question for BIA. The road, the route, it's a BIA route 6150 on top of Gray Mountain. How soon will that be improved?
As far as BIA, yesterday we did our presentations. We don't improve roads. We only do maintenance work on it, which is blading, and that's all we can do. If there is any type of gravel that needs to be placed or anything other than that, that will be NDOT. Other than that, the roads, if it's an earth route, we just blade it and that's it, and then reestablish the ditch line in the back slopes. If there is any type of digging or any type of culvert, then there will be a BIA as well. If there are any damages out there, if the pipe needs to be longer, or if it needs to be bigger, then there's BIA as well. We can go through the permitting process for that. As far as improving, that will be in that. That's your question.
Maintenance on 6150, what is the timeline on that? When is that going to be completed?
I'll refer to Henry Begay.
Good morning, my name is Henry Begay. I represent BIA Western. So there's some work that needs to be done going up the hill or up the mountain. And we did mobilize a grader over there back on Friday. So I'm hoping they're actually doing some work out there right now, trying to fix the road going up the mountain. Like I said, there were some washouts, and we may need another equipment up there, like a loader. And material is kind of scarce, and we did find some material down below, and we may have to transport it up there somehow. And but I told him, see if he can find some material up on top and push that one down, and it'll be a lot easier for us to fill in those washouts. So, but yeah, they should be out there right now, trying to fix that road. And once they get on top, then they can lay it all the way down to the other side of the mountain before you head back down there.
Well, thank you, Henry. Well, it's nice to meet you. I see your name in the email here, so that's what I was referring to. So you know what I was talking about. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and give it back to Honorable Claw for a follow-up question.
Okay, I have one more last question before we break for lunch. If we can, may we get an explanation on how to do a transfer of road inventory? So I know some roads are county roads and how they can be transferred to the Navajo Nation, vice versa, and then the same for the BIA routes that are in place. Because what I'm hearing is that BIA, they're only maintaining. And so like for Chinle, going back to Chinle N7, as you're traveling on the road between the roundabout and right near Denny's area, it's like these little jumps, like you go on it and it's just, you jump on that little road. And so that road has caused fatalities because people are going at high speeds, there's not adequate lighting, and then of course the roads. So if there's no opportunity for new construct for that specific road, then how do we get that road relinquished so that it can go either to NDOT or back to ADOT? So that would be my question as far as the transfer and the inventory of roads. Thank you.
So again, my name is Leanne Roy with Navajo DOT Transportation Planning. Thank you for that question on transferring of roads. So the first initial step is for the chapters where that road falls in to get chapter resolutions for them to pass and agree. After that, and then we determine what the chapters, which owner, do they want it to be a tribal route? Do they want it to be a BIA route? But unfortunately, BIA is not taking any more new routes. So more than likely, it'll become a tribal route. So that would be the only requirement on that one. But if it's a brand new route that is not on anybody's inventory, if it's not a US route, a state route, a tribal route, a county route, then you have what we go by, 170.443 of the 25 CFR. So that way you're gonna have 8 requirements. So that's a whole nother can of worms there. But just to answer your question, if it's already on, the road is already in the inventory, all we need is a tribal resolution. And then we take it further to the oversight committee, which is here, RDC, have them approve it. That's it, thank you.
Okay, so, got one more? Yes, if I may, Vice Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
This is from the, I guess, from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I want to just kind of put it in context again on how this whole road management system has evolved in a sense. So I don't know, I'd like to ask my deputy to also provide some comments on it. I think out in the field, you think about what's going on out there. There are lots of questions on, is this a BIA road? Is it a, whose road is this? And then some people ask on these new roads, or a lot of these roads, of course, probably 90% of them don't have rights-of-ways. So there's this whole emphasis on right-of-way now. But I think part of the guidance on who maintains it really is based on that inventory system that we maintain. If I'm not mistaken, it's really NDOT maintaining that system at this time. I think we do work with you from the VIA side, or Branch of Transportation. So, Daniel, I don't know if you can add a little bit more to it in terms of reassignments or changes to the system and how that works. So, I'd like him to talk a little bit more from the Bureau of Indian Affairs side.
Yes, good afternoon. It is noon or 12 o'clock. As far as the inventory goes, what Mr. Sosi stated, that it is correct that INDOT does maintain the inventory as far as what we manage with BIA. So any of our routes that are currently on the BIA system, or what we consider as BIA roads, those are also maintained by INDOT. And so NDOT also, I understand, uses that same system to also input a lot of their tribal inventory. So as far as like transfer goes, I know one of the issues that we were working with NDOT is on N57. N57 is a BIA route. However, NDOT did provided an improvement on that route. And so because that doesn't fall in line with some of our guidelines and what requires us to obtain a right-of-way. So we're now asking NDOT to basically change that ownership from a BIA route to a tribal route. And so a lot of this is basically what we, as far as we understand, is we notify NDOT to basically let them know that we need them to take over this inventory or take over this route because of liability concerns. So any of the accidents that do happen, BIA is held liable. And because we didn't design, we didn't improve that route, so in some ways the liability does fall on us until we officially change the ownership over to NDOT. And so those are some of the things that we are currently working with NDOT, and as far as I know, that a lot of it does come back on NDOT as far as like accepting that ownership or that transfer of the ownership of that of those routes that are like for in our case with N57. So that's one of the things that we also have to take into consideration. And I don't know how as far as NDOT goes as what they're as far as like what documentations they need to provide, but definitely I know on our end that we'll be working with Alfred Reed Shop to basically change
to basically update the inventory so that it reflects that this is considered a travel route rather than a BIA route.
We have to progress from a situation where we have funding available, we have millions of dollars available, and N57 is a perfect example. We have funding available, and like Mr. Largo said, and Mr. Sotia had mentioned earlier, the funding came from New Mexico, state of New Mexico, and we had improved that road as far as gravel and soil stabilization. That was the original scope of work. And from there, in our continued discussions with New Mexico says to us, approached us, and we approached them. We see what's happening out there. We see your application of additional funds to improve that road. And so here's an additional X amount of millions of dollars. And we took that, of course, naturally, and we improved that road, we paved it. And granted, we didn't do that without a right-of-way because that was, and there still is under the ownership of BIA. And Mr. Largo is correct. We're working on options to change that, possibly to ownership, or I know BIA was very responsive back, was it last year when we got that road paved, and I know that specific meeting we had, Mr. Sosi was saying this is what we need to do to expedite that before we can get a right-of-way secured. And they were very gracious about that. But in those instances, as a group leadership from RDC, what do we do in those scenarios where we have X amount of million dollars available, but yet we're going to have to, if we had turned that money back and we had told the state of New Mexico, we can't go forward because we don't have a right-of-way. And state of New Mexico, understandingly, will look at us, and they'll understand, but at the same time, they're going to say, we're giving you $2-3 million to pay this, and you don't want it, and they're correct. That's something, as a situation, we probably all need to discuss the leadership level, BIA, Navajo DOT. What do we do in those instances? Naturally, of course, is pre-planning. If we're going to do this particular road improvement, of course, we're going to need right away. But in those instances where you have money available, we can't turn that money away. And so we need to naturally go forward and improve that. And that's a situation that happened in Shiprock too. That happened in Shiprock on N546, I believe that was happened there. So in those instances, we need to think of unique ways and capitalize on these funding opportunities and not turn away these funds and say, there's no right of way. We can't do that. And by the way, in our program agreement with the Federal Highway Administration, it says each of our roads that we use our construction funds for, it has to meet the minimum design standards of BIA. So that N57 was met at the minimum design standards for BIA under our program agreement. As long as we meet that, we can expend those on those funds on those particular BIA roads. And so, as you heard earlier yesterday from Mr. Peterman, there are some areas that we felt like they need to be improved. We heard about the damaged sections on N57 that we need to do. Posted speed limits need to be put in place. The right and left, as it ties into the existing natural landscape, those need to be improved too. Some of the waterways need to be cleared. But for the most part, that's our intention, to meet or exceed BIA's minimum design standards whenever we design roads. So, and that's what we try to, and that's what we always abide by. But, going back to the discussion about what do we need to do this is going to happen again in the future, as far as funding is going to come immediately available, and what do we do there? We can't turn it away, but we need to somehow collaboratively come to a solution about what we do in those scenarios.
Thank you very much again for the opportunity from BIA to provide some consultation at this work session. I think that N57 is a very clear example of how the nation and BIA and possibly counties to come together, not in a reactionary mode. That's what happened in this situation. We have to figure out a way more on, I want to say, the Navajo Nation side about planning. And yes, you can have those opportunities where there might be additional resources that are offered. And how do we address those? Well, I guess the simple answer is we need to have a right-of-way on those major roads that the nation wants to develop and improve. And so I think there's a calling here for some type of task force from the Navajo Nation working with us to really look at getting rights-of-ways across the Navajo Nation and having some resources set up for that task force on the Navajo Nation side to work with us, BIA. Our realty folks are experts at looking at the regulations and what's required for getting that. I think also along that conversation with that task force, they can look at the tribal access authorization, which we'll be talking about next year pretty soon. But again, back to Torture Bay, we were very nervous about that, to be honest with you, because while it might have met the minimum standards, I mean, try driving down there at night. I mean, really, if you're driving on that road at night, those curves are dangerous. And so we implored on NDOT, please, let's get the right-of-way in place soon. And our staff has, I think, went out there to help also. So we still want to reiterate that that's a kind of a dangerous situation. So we need the effort and the resources put to that. So let's see if we can transfer that and get a right-of-way in place for it. And the other challenge on that situation is that road is on CBN land, which is a Kansas Band of Navajos. They have a little bit of a different land status. So we have to take that into account as we get the right-of-way for it. And I believe there are 4 allotments also where this road was improved. And we really hope going forward, and we want to work with NDOT. We really do. So let's plan, let's work together ahead of time, and let's figure those challenges, and let's see if we can find the resources to work on them and get it done. But again, on N57, we're nervous about that. So please help us with that. Thank you.
One final comment there. Thank you, Mr. Sosi. But those curves and the condition existed there prior to our improvement. So let's not forget about that too. There was no improvements to my knowledge on that route before we got there. So we've got to keep that under consideration. Those curves existed. So when the speed limit signs are there, they are to incorporate the slowdown of traffic. But Mr. Bradley wants to add a comment here as well.
You know, the discussion really talking about rights of way and the new construction, new improvement program. You know, just for your information, you know, as mentioned earlier, we have thousands and thousands of miles of dirt roads in our inventory. None of them have rights of way. The only alignment that exists is, you know, you drive down that dirt road and, you know, none of those dirt roads are designed to any current standards for a design speed. That's what we look at, design speed and alignment, so that we, you know, when somebody drives a road at 55 miles an hour, you know, the curves and both the vertical profile, which is this, or the curvature, you know, you can drive that road at a certain design speed. Well, none of these dirt roads are designed like that. The only time that BIA and the Navajo Nation ever secured rights of way for any of these roads is when it was on the tip, and when, as part of using federal highway funds, you had to have right of way for that road. And so at that time, there was a lot of engineering, planning and engineering that was done to establish an alignment for a road. You know, if you see most of the old dirt roads, when they were designed, we realigned the road for those design speeds, and once you set that alignment, then you were able to determine, okay, BIA typically 150-foot right-of-way for a roadway. So that's how those rights-of-way were, and they went through the process: environmental, cultural resources, legal descriptions, plat maps, to establish that rights-of-way, to develop that package, and then through that process, the region, Realty, granted, by the regional director or the superintendent, rights-of-way back then to the BIA, because they were the owners with regards to operation and maintenance for a term of, I think, 75 years. I think I've seen a lot of the documents to that effect. Now, fast forward to today, now we're taking over the program. We're taking over that part of the program, which is the construction funds. And any project that communities want to improve has to be on that tip in order to be considered for funding for construction. Once it's on that tip, we go through this laborious process of getting environmental clearance, getting rights of way, before we can even construct that road. And so, as I said earlier, there's thousands and thousands of miles of roads out there that don't have right of way. I think I heard somebody mention the inventory. I think people look at the inventory, roads, this is maintained by BIA, this is maintained by the tribe. But it really is not, I guess I would see as documentation as who's the owner or rights of way, But still, Navajo Nation, we're new to the game of roadway construction. BIA's had this program going back to, what did you say, Alfred, the 50s? When they first came on and they started this whole program, and they started developing this improvement plan to address the most frequent roads traveled back then. But now, fast forward to today, so many more roads have branched off of those major routes. I agree with Superintendent Sosi. We need to look at the Navajo Nation as a whole. Which critical routes are important for connectivity? And I would also include any proposed routes that we feel we need to put a road in there where there's no road that exists, but to set us up for the next 50 years, But unfortunately, we can look at it on paper and talk about it, but bottom line is it comes down to money. To set an alignment, to do the environmental clearances, to go through the right-of-way process, to design the roads. You need money to do that. And the only funding that we use currently is if the road gets on the tip, then that funding becomes available to do what we call preliminary engineering activities. But outside of that, if it isn't on the tip, we typically don't spend that level of effort and funding to get those roads construction, to basically construction ready. So, I just wanted to share that with the committee because, even right now, any new routes that we look at improving chip sealing, we probably need to make sure that we're designing these roads, that we're signing these roads for the appropriate speed limits. And by God, we might as well go ahead and get rights of way, a TAA, turn those into tribal routes, and let's move forward with taking on that responsibility. With regards to N7, that's a BIA route. I'm sure you're aware of that. As I said earlier, BIA really hasn't been in the business of street lighting. That's why you drive down any BIA road, you don't see street lights up. Because they don't want that maintenance responsibility and cost of maintaining. Somebody hits a pole or you need to change a light bulb. So what they've done is if communities want those enhancements, they're telling them basically, you guys got to find the funding to design it. And oh, by the way, once they're built, you assume responsibility for those lights. They'll give you a permit. Of course, they're going to review your design to make sure that, from a safety standpoint, there's no issues. But just like in Fort Defiance, that's what the chapter did over there. They got funding, they got it designed, they got it installed, but they now have the responsibility of maintenance. Somebody hits one of those poles down, then they have to go out there and, you know, respond accordingly. So that's just a little bit, and then with regards to rights of way, that's a BIA right of way, but I guess nothing prevents, what did you say, reassignment? You know, if the tribe, we accepted to take N7, you know, BIA could reassign the right of way to NDOT, and then it becomes our responsibility. But not to say that we've been, we would respond a lot quicker, but, you know, again, it still comes down to money to do what you're talking about. Basically, somewhat doing a pavement rehab or a reconstruction of that road, very narrow corridor, you know, I'm sure you would like to see wider sidewalks and it lit up a little bit more for safety, but again, the planning process, to look at that, to determine the cost, I think those are all factors that the community, as well as whoever the agency is, need to look at. And this applies really to any town or on the nation. And more we're getting more requests to have sidewalks, you know, to have street lighting for safety purposes, and you know, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to share that from, you know, our perspective, but it's definitely, I think, a good topic for discussion as we move forward, you know, with the program.
Okay, real quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and, we don't need to take a lunch, I wanna keep going. So if that's okay with everybody. There's snacks out there, water out there. If you guys are on a water diet, you know, there's a lot of water out there too. So go ahead, Superintendent.
Thank you very much. This is a really good discussion, and I'm glad we're having it. I just want to put in context also about the effort made to try to get a right of way. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on mixed land here pretty soon. But right now we're talking about a right of way. So it is usually in the preliminary, I think, as I heard planning phase for pre-construction. But in terms of, you look at from the realty side for BIA, when the application is submitted to us, under there, of course, we have several requirements that are needed, bonding, we have a record of consent, and all those types of environmental, but it also requires basically what it says, a map of definite location of the right of way. So I think sometimes people get maybe the impression that it has to be an engineered design map. Not really. It doesn't say that in the regulations. So if there's an alignment map that identifies where that road's going to be built, that can be part of that package. Without, you know, the engineered construction design plan, it's not asking for that. In the past, we've had applications where there was a delay in trying to put that application together because people are waiting on their engineers or their surveyors to make it engineering-based design maps and things like that. We really just need a map of definite location for that right of way. So if wherever the alignment is, then that can be taken and put part of the right of way application. So I just want to clarify that piece, that sometimes people go way beyond what's the minimal standard requirement for the right of way. Instead of a very engineered design with a lot of details, we really just need that a map of definite location of the right of way. Put that alignment on there. So that's what the regs say, and I'm reading that off the regs. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Sosi. So continuing with our presentation, we've got three more sections to cover. We're on to the next one, which is securing rights of way for new construction. And again, this is going to be from a perspective of what Navajo Division of Transportation goes through every time we want to do new construction. And as we mentioned yesterday morning, the function of new construction was given over to the Navajo Nation beginning all the way far as back as when the program agreement that I mentioned was there was some initial first phase-in approach back in 2013, and it was finally fully executed and fully approved, all the privileges and so forth, administering and managing the new construction program for Navajo DOT in 2016, March of 2016. And the new program agreement was authorized back in, just recently updated just last year under the new bipartisan infrastructure law bill. So again, we're going into securing rights of way. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Bradley here shortly, but the securing of rights of way for new construction applies to any new construction as far as Federal Highway Administration. All those projects that we have, that you saw on the TTIP, the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program, all those projects that you see in that 5-year listing that was approved by RDC last year, every one of those has to secure a right-of-way. And one of two things here, we can secure a right-of-way through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or we can secure that through another alternative process, Tribal Access Authorization. So that N71, that N27, we could have secured that right-of-way through the TAA process. But the message there behind that is that if it was approved if we had gone through the second alternative method, we wouldn't have access to tribal priority allocation funds from the BIA. So because of that status of N71, if it changed to a tribal route, then we wouldn't have funds to the TPA, am I correct there? We wouldn't have funds from that. So that's one thing that I want to make sure that any route that we change from BIA to a tribal route, we don't have funds to BIA maintenance funds. So take that in as good or positive or whatever way, but that's something that we need to be thought out thoroughly before we go into that direction. But there's also many ways that we can, positive ways that it turns into a tribal route as well too. But the securing of rights of way, I'll just go ahead and give it to you now, Daryl. There's quite a bit of information that we want to share as far as where we're going with this. So in context of every project that we're securing rights of way, where it can turn into months and years. And that's something that the Nigan-Montoya administration that we're trying to change. We want to change the 2-year, 1-year approach all the way down to a matter of months. So that $180 million, that $170 million that currently sitting in our account at OOC, we can spend that quickly. And so that's where we are with the rights-of-way situation. And right, so what's the new construction, right? When we want to secure a right-of-way, there was recently, like I mentioned, $10 million that was secured by former, current Representative Sosi. He secured $10 million for 9402 in Lupton. Now, in recent discussions there with ADOT, who provided all of those funds, they said, please, we're giving you this money, expend this money as quick as you can. So we're working with the BIA on securing that right away. And that scope of work for that project is going to be a double chip seal. So rights of way for new construction, it goes all the way to, it can go as far as all the way to gravel and soil stabilization. It can go to double chip sealing. It can go to paved highways. But I'm going to give you the microphone now, Mr. Bradley, and you can provide more details on this particular section of securing rights of way for new construction.
Yes, thank you, Garrett. And I guess I kind of got into my speech prior, but yeah, every project on our TTIP has to obtain rights of way. And more lately, as Superintendent Sosi mentioned, there's a new process under 25 CFR 169 that tribes, probably what, Jonah, 10 years ago, during MAP 21 days, a lot of tribes were tired of going through what they felt was this cumbersome process of obtaining rights-of-way through BIA. So tribes asked, this opportunity to be able to, we're a tribal entity, why do we, why can't our tribe give us rights-of-way, for those tribal programs that wanted to, like us, taking over the program and wanted that option, I guess, to pursue rights-of-way. And so this TAA process, through negotiation, I don't know if it was negotiated rulemaking or did they just go straight to requesting that from the BIA? I don't recall how that all, maybe you guys can talk a little about that process, but, within the last probably 3 or 4 years when we first learned of it, that process also went through the Navajo Nation's Resources and Development Committee, to basically, I think Mike Colonna, when he was the department manager department manager over at Land Department, they got legislation going through the process and got RDC to approve that. We kind of piggybacked on, at the time, I think NTUA was really pushing it for a lot of their power line extensions. And so we piggybacked on that legislation as well to also include roadway right-of-way to be considered as part of that process. And so once it was approved by RDC and, that delegation of authority was granted to Land Department, we submitted our first TAA package and obtained rights-of-way for, I'm trying to remember, I don't know if it wasn't Little Water, because Little Water, we went through the normal rights-of-way process with Eastern Agency. But, that process only took us probably 3 or 4 months, once we submitted the application package to General Land Development Department. And so that really kind of opened our eyes, and said, wow, process is a lot quicker, as we didn't involve the BIA in that process. We worked directly with Land Department as well as the environmental reviewers that, of course, we still had to submit a cultural resources, a biological, and because this is a federally funded project, we had environmental NEPA clearance documents that we also submitted. So, that was all reviewed internally over at General Land Development Department as well as the regulatory agencies here at Navajo. And when that review was completed, again, I know, I'm an engineer, I'm a delegate, Superintendent Sosi, superintendent, when I look at a road, the first thing I think of is alignment, and if I establish an alignment that meets the design speed that we need for that corridor, that automatically, I've got my right-of-way corridor. Yeah, I can take an old dirt road out there and try to follow it the best I can, but I know deep down in the future, if I ever decided to, pave that road, put in the proper drainage structures, the alignment is going to change because of all of that. And so, from a planning standpoint, I think it's really important that we look at those corridors and also consider if we're looking down the road for a paved roadway, then let's start the planning now. We're conducting all of the environmental clearances. We're spending money on this effort, so why not make it, usable 20, 30 years down the road without having to change the alignment? And so with this right-of-way process, lately a lot more, we're moving more towards the tribe taking, Navajo Nation taking over responsibility of rights-of-way. But, again, there is, I think, as Superintendent Sosi has brought up, there's a lot of liability associated with rights-of-way. Accidents happen on these roads. People sometimes like to blame the road for causing the accident, and if somebody sues, in this case, the Navajo Nation, there's that process that we have to go through to document, really to defend ourselves that the roadway was designed in accordance to AASHTO standards, you know, that safety was considered during the, during the design and construction of that roadway. And so all of those things come out, and it's very important for us, the Navajo DOT, because we assume that liability now. I mean, I can understand where Eastern Agency is, concerned about the liability of N57, but, and so when we design roads with federal funds, we're required to submit a checklist that we've complied with, all of the regulations, the design standards, the NEPA compliance. We have rights of way for the roadway before we can even construct the road. And so nonetheless, I'm seeing more and more of the TAA process as we move forward, that the Navajo Nation will take on more and more of that responsibility. I know that Superintendent Sosi mentioned that Navajo seems to be kind of hesitant to jump in with both feet on some of these roadway projects. And, and to some degree he is correct, because there's liability associated with assuming right-of-way responsibility. But, the other thing that is, I want to make sure that leadership is aware that when Navajo DOT goes down that road, that, leadership is in agreement that, yeah, we support the Navajo DOT. Yeah, it's time that Navajo DOT take over these rights-of-way on these roads. They're the ones that we'll go to if we have any issues or concerns with those roads, because we're the Navajo DOT. So I think moving forward, Superintendent Sosi, I think we'll hopefully see a lot more, hesitancy, I guess, probably more on me than you, but then Garrett. Yeah, Garrett is ready to jump in, but that's just the nature of, my engineering background, is that I want to look through everything before I jump in with both feet. The BIA process, I've worked a lot with Harold Riley and Calvin on past BIA DOT projects, and I learned a lot from what they had to do to prepare their rights-of-way documents. And I don't know, when you mentioned the map of location, I keep thinking about Calvin and all of his ties to section corners and all of that. So it gets to be pretty complicated when I see what the training that I go through with Calvin. But nonetheless, I think, more and more, whether it be some reassignments of BIA rights of way to NDOT, I guess that might be considered in the future, but I think moving forward, you'll probably see a lot more Navajo DOT pursuing rights of way under the TAA process. I don't know if there's another slide. Yeah, this is, I put this together right after RDC had completed the legislation and got the approval of the right-of-way process. And this was the first project that I worked on, and this is kind of the flow chart that I followed, and I probably piggybacked off of one of BIA's presentations, but one thing about this is that we do all of these things associated with rights of way. We develop, or we do all of the cultural resources, the biological and the environmental determination as part of our projects. So, that's always a given on each project. When we, the other part of it is we also have to obtain all of the consents. I think Vice Chair Johnson had mentioned grazing permits and how important that is when you obtain rights of way. Sometimes people are on board with it. Sometimes people are, hey, I'm losing my grazing. Especially when you put a fence up, that's when it really becomes a challenge, I guess, for us explaining this to local leadership as well as the community. But, as you can see, when we submit the application, it goes directly to General Land Development Department. And then they have their own 164, they have their own review process internally. They take our package. And our package contains, I know there's a lot of text in there, but it has a cover letter, chapter resolution supporting the grant of easement to us. land user consent, we get grazing permittees to sign off, we get, we have a right-of-way map, all of the environmental documents that are needed. And that's all packaged up, they review it, and if everything's in order, they'll, kind of like what Superintendent Sosi says, they have 10 days to make sure that your package is complete. And usually with them, they'll let us know right away if we're missing anything in our application. But if everything's in order and they accept it, they have their own person in-house that does their environmental determination. It's his stamp of approval that says all of the environmental documentation has been met and cleared environmentally. So it goes to the DOJ, and the DOJ looks over the documents as well to make sure that everything's in order. I think they're really looking a lot at the consent and supporting chapter resolutions just to make sure that, nothing comes back down the road in terms of anybody saying, I didn't agree to that improvement, I didn't sign off on that document. So, very important for DOJ, I guess, in their eyes. Question?
I have a question. So in the case, like if it's a reassignment, is that grandfathered in as far as the existing roads? So we have to restart the whole process?
I guess I'll defer to the BIA, and I'll use BIA as an example, because I'm sure they've been through a number of reassignments in the past, so I'll have them maybe as part of your, maybe you want to do it now?
Yeah, let's go now.
Thank you again. This is Superintendent Sosi. So the question might be that, is there a possibility for reassigning a right-of-way for a road? If I'm not mistaken, that's what you're asking. So certainly when the right-of-way is issued, of course there's a formal issuance of a right-of-way based on the requirements at 25 CFR 169. 25 CFR 169. So all the requirements are make sure we comply with that. Certainly, you think about the different land status, tribal trust, or Indian allotment lands, all those are considered. But when we do issue it, there is a possibility to reassign the issues of the right-of-way, the easement, to whoever the new applicant's going to be. So that is possible to do, but depending on the conditions, if there was an allotment part of that easement, then we have to check our system to make sure if they're new owners, then we have to include them in making sure we get consent from those new owners. So on the tribal trust side, then yeah, we will just present it to the tribe, and if they give us the consent again, and there's no changes, they might also have conditions they want to place on that. That's up to them. But usually we go back to look at the consent requirements at that point. We can also look at the environmental compliance part too. So that's also a possibility that we might have to update those documents at that time. So it can be done. Thank you.
Yes, so, we may have to update our environmental and cultural to support, a reassignment request to and we may potentially require maybe a supporting resolution, not only from the chapter, but also resources and development committee saying, yes, we, by resolution, we inform the BIA that the Navajo Nation DOT will assume that reassignment of rights of way. The first TAA that I submitted, I got the approval letter from President Nez, and I thought, I thought it was Land Department that was delegated that responsibility. But so that's why I have Navajo Nation President's approval. But the last one that we just finished, I actually got the letter signed by Mike Colonna at the Land Department. So internally, there must have been some work, because my interpretation of the resolution was that Land Department department manager was delegated that responsibility to grant these TAAs. So maybe, yeah, so anyway, that's the TAA process, the way we kind of follow here at Navajo Nation. We've done probably 3 or 4 of these already. So we're continuing to do more and more of these. You know, just as an example, the clause with regards to 8031, because that roadway goes through Hopi land, Hopi's told us they weren't going to grant us right of way. So we see that corridor through Hopi, BIA will be the applicant, because right now they currently maintain that road through Hopi land. And so, and then on Navajo Trust land, you know, because I hate to cut that alignment up into, you know, Navajo DOT, BIA, Navajo DOT, we'll probably work with the region to have BIA take all of that. But we'll see, that's still currently being considered right now. But, you know, but others like 8084 and mini farms, the Navajo DOT is going to take on that rights of way through a TAA process. And like I said, more and more of our projects are going down that road. The N35 project that we're working with NECA on, you know, that particular road is, right of way was obtained using the TAA process. Next slide.
So question,
Oh,
for
sure.
clarification. So the Hopi 60 road, that's not being assumed by BIA right now, and can I get the reason why? Because just as you mentioned, they do work with both tribes, so it's only logical that they would take that strip of road, begin the process. If you're waiting for the 2 tribes to sit down together, history has shown us that's not going to work. So I would recommend that BIA begin planning for the H60 and meet with tribes individually, because each tribe will have a section of where that boundary is going to be. So maybe Navajo Nation is going to be like 11 miles, Hopi 8 miles, or however much, but that would be my recommendation.
I don't know, Garrett, Garrett. I haven't really been involved in some of the last discussions. I do know that the Hopi tribe had designed the road. There was a design package completed for I think, a little over 13 miles. I know they did all of the environmental compliances. They were in the process of obtaining rights of way, but that's as far as I know. I don't know if they ever acquired rights of way for that. And when I say rights of way, I would assume that would be, who's that? Is that Fort Defiance or Chile 8? Or that's Hopi, right? That's Hopi. Hopi maintains that 860 from State Route 264 north to our road. So that'll be interesting because, you know, obviously the Hopis would have to grant that rights of way. The council would have to grant that rights of way, and we'd have to work with the Western region. No, actually the BIA agency over there at Keys Canyon, and you know how whether it's BIA. Well, I know Hopi, they contract their maintenance, right? 638. I think they have a 638 contract with a Western agency to maintain that road. So I don't know how that rights of way is eventually going to be, who the applicant's going to be. The challenge, of course, is always going to be how do you get the money to build it? And I know that there's been a lot of outreach to different funding sources, to Federal Highway, the state of Arizona, about getting construction funds. We haven't had that conversation with RDC on whether we would put it on the tip, Navajo Nation tip, so that then we could possibly fund that roadway. So there's a lot of moving parts on that. So.
Thank you again, just to try to provide some guidance in that area. I do have my rookie officer here. And if you want to chime in, Mr. DeGroat, certainly you can. But, it is possible to look at multiple tribal lands. For example, at Hojule, just to use as an example, we do have the right-of-way from Navajo, the BIA side, that goes off I-40, across, Laguna Pueblo, their lands, and then it goes into the CBN land. So we do have, BIA right-of-way for that. So I think that's also an example of what can happen. But even if there is situations where we can issue two segments of that road, each one will have its own right of way. One on the Hopi land side. Again, underlined as all tribal trust. So the regulations just talk to tribal trust, doesn't say Hopi or Navajo. So again, we would use the process for that. But then we can issue the two easements, for that. Just sort of clarification there. Thank you.
Oh, Garrett, the question from Delegate Claw came up with regards to H60 and the rights of way and who would the applicant. I don't know if you've had those conversations with Mike or leadership in the past meetings.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Claw, for that question. So most likely the applicant would be Hopi. There's, as probably Mr. Bradley has updated you in regards to that project. Currently, there's $1.5 million designated for that project. In our meeting last week with them to discuss the specifics of where do we go with that 1.5 million. I know in previous discussions all the way back to 2019 was at then the time Speaker Damon and President Nez and Vice President Leiser, there was discussions of what are some of the first phases of work that we would talk about and apply that money towards, and then the variations have changed, but yes, most likely the applicant, because 90% of that route, 85 to 90% of that road does fall in Hopi, from Highway 264 on all the way north to the cattle guard, which is about 2 miles from that intersection there where the pavement ends. That falls on BIA, that's BIA route. So up to that point, of course, then naturally that 2 mile segment will still remain under BIA Navajo.
Yeah, and this here is just the kind of a flow chart that, I put together to better understand, I guess, my my version of, my experience in working on rights-of-way through the BIA process. I mean, I know there's a lot more boxes and a lot more colors, but, what I've come to find is, there's a process internally here at Navajo that right-of-way package has to go through, culminating in a tribal resolution at the time with, Resources and Development Committee would approve that grant of right-of-way. In 71, which we worked collaboratively with BIA, this was the process that we followed, worked with Harold Riley at BIA at the time to get the RDC resolution. And then once that RDC resolution was granted, basically, I guess that's the consent BIA looks for on granting easements. In this case, granting an easement to the BIA. And then the package was then returned back to the BIA, and then at that point, it goes through their own internal process. Their BIA Realty Office reviews everything in that application packages. If there's any questions or comments, at that time, BIA would address that internally with their own DOT staff to address that. But ultimately, it would culminate in regional director signing off on that grant of easement. And once we had that, then we had right-of-way clearance to proceed with construction. But you can kind of see this part of it is still somewhat similar to the BIA process. Not BIA, the TAA process. But a lot of the documents that we use are BIA consent, the type of forms that they like to see in granting those applications. Back then, BIA, staff would put that whole package together, and then all we did was work with them to shepherd those, right-of-way applications through the 164, and then also, for committee approval. Now, on 8031, you know, if it's determined that the BIA will be the applicant, then we're gonna have to put all that documentation together, working with BIA Navajo Region staff, you know, to ensure that all of the appropriate documents are there. But ultimately then, in that case, the BIA would be the applicant who would then submit that to, not only to Navajo Nation, the president, but also to Hopi. I would assume, Calvin, that's probably how the right-of-way for the Hopi portion on 8031. Once everything's in order and the package is ready to go, the regional director would submit that to the Hopi chairman, and then it would proceed through the Hopi review process, and then, of course, the portion on Navajo would go to General Land Development Department, and then they'll proceed with the appropriate action. The only thing that I wasn't clear about on our side was whether or not the land department has been granted, I guess, delegated to sign off on that, or whether you
Hi,
guys
good
are still
afternoon.
required chapter
This is
resolution.
Betsy. I'd like to provide some information also from GLAD.
That's,
Good
I don't know if
afternoon,
you guys-
honorable members of RDC. I'd like to provide some information that Daryl's has questions on. This is Etty Anderson Abasta, Department Manager for GLAD.
Okay, you got the floor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Daryl's flow chart, it's a little similar to ours, but I see how he has it divided with Navajo Nation and then submitted to GLAD. In lieu of an environmental assessment, which NDOT requires through their federal funding. However, when it comes to Navajo Nation, the environmental compliance determination is issued to our department, who is the environmental specialist that issues that determination. And like I said, that's in lieu of a whole environmental assessment. So as according to our flow chart, that's that determines in compliance. Everything that's submitted in that packet that we received from NDOT, it's vetted, it's checks for quality assurance, it checks the, of course, as he said, grazing, which is also an important step. And yes, DOJ does really ensure that we capture all permittees listed from the BIA. So we do our due diligence on that side, as well as the environmental NEPA compliance. So once we have all those documents, it is sent through 164 electronic review at the same time to all the regulatory departments, which are Fish and Wildlife, Historic Preservation, EPA, Minerals, if possible, probably Forestry. And then of course it does get sent to the division director. And Daryl is correct in assuming that that delegation is, that authority is delegated to the land department director. So right now, the acting land department director, Byron Bitsui, does sign off on TAAs right now. And then of course, on our part, we send it back to BIA after everything's approved for recordation. So as far as going to RDC or any other type of legislation, that's if it's a commercial aspect is included on that side. However, as far as tribal entities and as far as tribal applicants applying under the TAA, there's no RDC required unless it's commercial. So I just wanted to make those that information shared, and just wanted to let the people who are assisting with the work session to know that we're listening in and we're here for questions, if anything, also. Thank you.
Okay, Eddie, thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and give some time over to our legal counsel, Mariana Khan.
Thank you. Just wanted to, if we could go back to the previous slide, TAA. And TAA stands for Tribal Authorization Access Process. And this is a process in which the tribal nations were authorized to go through an alternative faster process instead of a full right-of-way. And it is resources in the Development Committee through Title II, Section 501B2A, which gives the Resources and Development Committee final approval authority for right-of-ways. And in its consideration of right-of-ways and after much discussion, the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegated this particular TAA process to the department manager of the land department. And so that Resources and Development Committee has the final authority which they delegated to the land department. And so that last Navajo Nation President approval, that instead of that you would put down the land department there. And this particular process is for wholly owned tribal entities. This is for things, entities such as NQA and NECA. This is their process. And this, the other full right-of-way process is for other entities that are not wholly owned by the Navajo Nation. And this particular one, the Resources and Development Committee says this is not the process to be used for commercial endeavors that NQA or NECA would want to pursue. If not through this process, it would still need to go through Resources and Development and approval through the resolution process. And that's for commercial activities for NQA and NECA and such. So TAA process is for wholly owned Navajo Nation entities, not for a private company. The private company comes with the next slide, and that's the right-of-way process. And again, the Resources and Development Committee was assigned final authority for right-of-ways. And the previous Navajo Nation Council's Resources and Development Committee, through the authority that they were granted by the council, delegated that again to the land department manager to do the process, which you saw was a very nice line of requirements before the land department then sent it over to the president and then off to the BIA. So just to make the distinction that this TAA process is for wholly owned Navajo Nation entities, and as opposed to non-Navajo Nation entities. Thank you.
Just going back to the TAA process, I guess one of the there's obviously terms and conditions that accompany that TAA process. That I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, Eddie. If that comes from Minerals Department or if that's from General Land Development Department, but I guess the term limit. Because it takes it's an exhausting process to go. Even for the TAA, the money and time that we spend. The term limits, though, on the TAA to Navajo DOT is only 20 years, as opposed to the BIA. I don't know if it's 50 or 75 years when the regional director grants an easement. So, of course, I always say we're always going to be here, Navajo DOT. That road isn't going anywhere, so why not grant us rights of way for that roadway until, for the life of that corridor? It's not going anywhere, but unfortunately, 20 years from now, I'm going to have to resubmit another application and go through probably an environmental process. Well, I'll probably be retired by then, but But, you know, and I think that's an area that I would like to work with Resources and Development Committee to see about the possibility of increasing that term limit. You know, 20 years isn't very long. Whether it's 75 or, as most state DOTs like to have rights of way in perpetuity, you know, I think that's a discussion, a legislation, whatever process we would need to go through to get that. But I would like to explore that with the RDC to try to get our term limits much longer, because I feel 20 years is just not long enough. And most of the BIA grant of easements that I've seen have been for 75 years. In the document, I think in 71, I think the grant of easement on that was for 75 years. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up on the TAA. And, you know, and again, this is my interpretation of the process for BIA. If BIA applicant, you know, if they submit a rights of way, you would kind of follow this process. But again, I'll defer to BIA Realty and staff to provide that training to us on the next slide. But I think that'll complete it for me. I just wanted to share with you the two different processes that we use when applying for rights of way for road construction projects.
So that, we just heard from Mr. Bradley as far as our participation, as far as what we look at for new construction, the TAA process or the traditional right-of-way process. So I noticed on this agenda we have BIA and Navajo DOT. So the BIA already made their presentation on as far as the TAA process. Would you like to add anything more?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
You have
That's the next section, right?
It's the next section.
Okay. So we're going on to the last section of our agenda, which is the road maintenance challenges.
The one above it. The TAA for BIA.
Yeah, that's the one I just now mentioned. As I said, would BIA like to add any additional input in the tribal action?
We have a presentation on the TAA.
Okay. So we'll give the time over now to the BIA on the TAA process.
Yes, so we're going to bring that up here. While that's happening, let me give a little bit of background on the TAA. So it was about 10 years ago when there was a national discussion that happened about updating the 25 CFR 169, the rights of way. So there was a schedule, there was public hearings and public comments. All that was done. In fact, it was extended 3 times before the final rule was issued. So there was significant updates that happened during that whole period, for over a period of maybe 3 or 4 years. And because tribes had a lot of concerns on the process, they felt that it's taken a long time to do it. So that's how that whole thing happened. And finally, the final rule was provided. But I think this is consistent with the tribe's self-determination goals and how they wanted to also manage their own lands. So it really gave them an opportunity under this updated regulations at 169. So that's what happened. So we're going to have a quick presentation on the TAA. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. You'll see that in general, basically the 25 CFR 169 is really about rights of ways, purpose. It's got a lot of information in there, different provisions. This is just an introductory slide on what 25 CFR 169 is. So I don't want to read everything, but it's really just gives you guidance on how we're going to issue a right of way under what conditions. So when we work through those flow charts that you've seen, we do have, in a sense, our own process that we use with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, our Realty Department. And certainly all of that, as was mentioned, the tribe has its own flow charts and how that aligns with the overall general one that we have. Usually there's different phases for rights of ways, and a lot of the activity is in application development. And during that period, of course, consent is a big consideration. So on Indian lands, like allotment lands, we have to identify those owners for the applicant. So this slide really talks about how we issue our title status report, which shows the current ownership for those tracts of land, especially on allotment lands. And keep in mind that in the past, 5 years, we had 2 waves of land buyback activities that happened across the Navajo area, and especially in the eastern. And through those 2 waves of activities, the Navajo Nation has gained significant ownership on a lot of allotment lands. So under that situation where the Navajo Nation owns an interest on an allotment, we still treat them as an allottee. So we would still process everything under our BIA regulations for that allotment. But during the 2 waves of land buyback, there were also a certain significant number of tracts that became tribal trust lands, formerly allotment lands. So those then basically became tribal trust lands in terms of the regulations and how we manage those. So you have that across, certainly in the eastern, that's what happened. But when we provide the title status report, it usually includes the owner's names, the type of interest, and any encumbrance on that land for that allotment. So really, it's a detailed report that we provide to the applicant through a written request that we get. So that's in general some of the key information that we provide on the title status report. So in general, if you look at 25 CFR 169.4B, this is where the whole tribal authorization access is situated at. And there's several provisions on how that is authorized for specific, qualification in terms of ownership for the trust land. So it really states that you do not need a right of way to cross Indian land if you are an independent legal entity wholly owned and operated by the tribe that owns interest in the land. So here's, one thing that's very subtle, and I'm sure people appreciate that, is the tribal trust land in our case is for the Navajo Nation, right? So again, we have a government-to-government relationship from the BIA to the Navajo Nation. And usually what we see as the official representative of the landowner, the Navajo Nation, is the elected president. So that's, in a sense, why he signs off on a lot of documents that come to us as part of the package that we process. So just certainly RDC has a significant role in there because there's a policy group for land use and land decisions. Normally what we've seen is a supporting resolution that RDC has signed off on, and that becomes part of the package that's submitted to the president, and then when it's sent to us formally through that package, and that's how we get the information, that's how we process that. Under the TAA, again, the tribal governing body must pass a tribal authorization authorizing access without BIA approval and including a legal description. So usually we get some sort of a resolution, that's the decision-making document that provides that guidance, that meets that, one of the provisions under the TAA. Next slide. So related to, specifically to the Navajo Nation, back on July 15, 2020, the Navajo Nation provided notice to BIA that the Navajo Nation intends to carry out authority to authorize TAA for tribally owned enterprises on tribal trust land. So we got that formal notification. They also included, I believe, the resolution that was passed by the RDC, dated on June 3rd, a month before, 2020, which approved the TAA. So that was also the guiding document that provided that authorization. Continuing that, the independent, Legal entities were also identified, and we'll show you the list here coming up soon. And then, as the legal counsel has mentioned, the department manager was granted access for signature and the internal, I believe, tribal process for that. You see that also. So here's the list that was provided to us in terms of the, my phone's ringing, excuse me. So this is a list of all the wholly owned independent legal entities provided, identified. So it's NTUA, NECA, Nomination Oil and Gas, Nomination Gaming, NAPI, NHA, and then Nomination Hospitality, the Net Power. And certainly right there you see NDOT also, as well as the water resources and the general government divisions and departments, such as NDOT and the water resources. So we did get that formal notice from the tribe. And we've been working with Nomination GLAD as the entity that processes that information from the tribal side. We're told that GLAD is responsible to ensure approved tribal TAA and the information that has to be submitted to the BIA for recording it. I guess I want to again emphasize that this really is an opportunity for tribes across the country for their own self-determination goals, where the BIA doesn't necessarily have to approve it. We'll only record the documents afterwards. But I also have to say that we are, I guess, in a transition period because we're not seeing many of those documents coming to us. So hopefully GLAD and others will give us that information so we can record it. It's really important to record it because it does, we put it in TAMS, which is a system of record which shows all encumbrances. So future decisions related to those different lands can then be brought up real quickly through a system of record. So we know what type of encumbrances are on that land. Question?
Vice Chair, just go back to the previous slide, just for clarification and for correction. GLAD does not stand for General Leasing Department. It stands for General Land Development Department. So just for clarification.
Okay, my apologies. Yeah. You work for the tribe, right? I work at the BIA. I'm sorry, but yeah, thank you. So then we do have also a process for the TAA. I believe this is something that also has been transmitted to different entities, and it's a little bit more descriptive of the different processes for it. So I think it's consistent with what NDOT has provided. And also, I think, actually, this is coming from maybe possibly on the tribal side, but yeah. But this does capture all the different steps involved in the TAA. Actually, I think that's it on our presentation on it. But let me just share briefly the actual information on the regulation. So again, at 25 CFR 169 4B area, it does say that if you meet one of the criteria below, then it says you do not need a right-of-way if you are, and under 3 it says an independent legal entity wholly owned and operated by the tribe that owns 100% of the trust or restricted interests in the land. And then, but the following conditions apply. The tribal governing body must pass a tribal authorization authorizing access without BIA approval and including a legal description, and you must submit both documents to the BIA for all records. So that's where it really comes from, this language in the provision of CFR. But I want to also mention that above that language, so right above that language under B, it says, you do not need a right of way to cross Indian land if So this is the one that's very interesting, I think maybe we'll raise your attention to. It says, one, you are an Indian landowner who owns 100% of the trust or restricted interests in the land. And it's followed by or. Then it gives you number two. It says you are authorized and then has certain previous types of situation across even the country. And that are under, like, for example, at least under 25 CFR 162 and others. Then number three is where we're talking about the TAA. But one is a very interesting provision there that the tribe, I don't know, wants to, maybe the legal counsel can further look at. Because it does state, you do not need a right of way to cross Indian land if you are an Indian landowner who owns 100% of the trust or restricted interest in the land. Or, that's what it says. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation on the 25 CFR 169 right of ways over Indian land, trouble access authorization. Yeah, gonna go ahead and go to my colleague here for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. And this is Shauna Claw for those on the line. So going back to your TAA, I do think that the number one regarding the individual does need to be researched by our legal counsel. And then going to the slide where it has the red box in area, there's a red ink and there's a question mark under the Navajo Department of Justice and Office of the President and Vice President. So if you can just clarify why you had those in red with a question mark, that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Just clarifying that where this flowchart came from, it's really from the land department from the Navajo Nation. So this is, because again, it's a TAA, right, for the tribal process. So we took that off the land department. So I don't know if anybody's from the land department online. Mrs. Anderson? Sounds like Mrs. Anderson's on the line.
We got anybody from the land department online? We don't have anybody online from land department right now. What you ready to legal counsel?
Thank you. The red highlighted language is under the section that says 164 review sent electronically to, and my understanding is that this is the General Land Development Department's procedure. The General Land Development Department is within the executive branch. The executive branch formulates its review process. And in its review process, they go through the items in the dark print, and then they also put in the ones in the red print. And that is just how they do their review process. And it goes through the Department of Justice and eventually goes to the President's office. That is their executive review process.
Thank you, Mariana, for that clarification. I'm going to turn it back over to our presenters. Any comments, questions? That completes, Honorable Delegate Vice Chair Johnson, this portion of our discussion on the tribal access authorization. So we are ready to move over to the last section of discussion. Okay, I know we've been sitting here for a while. Let's take a 10-minute break and, get some coffee. I know there's some pastries out there. Let's not let it go to waste. And make our reservations for Quality Inn restaurant, So let's just take a 10-minute break. We'll come back
We'll be back at 1:39.
Do you have a copy of your presentation? I know we sent it across already, but do you have one? There we go. Yeah, here. Where's this room at? That's Hull House.
Okay, we're ready to resume. We're going to, a review of Eastern Ouajisti land status.
The last portion of our section here in our agenda will be all about the presentation presented by the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Derek. When we're looking at a lot of the work that we do at BIA, whether it be natural resources, realty, probate, or transportation, many of our decisions or recommendations that we look at really goes back to the land status. So in the Eastern, I want to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Zago to give a presentation on it, but I just want to give some opening remarks on the challenges of working within a mixed land status and Eastern Health Agency. And what we hope you learn from the presentation is that while it might be very difficult, there are ways to work through that. There are efficiencies that can be realized through the different land status work that happens. What we're seeing, and I'll talk after Mr. Legault gives his presentation, I'll talk about a project that we're working on with Honorable Delegate Simpson on addressing roads for Ohoncino, Counselor, and Naizi. But I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Legault to talk about some of the challenges that there are there on mixed land status. Mr. Legault.
Jerry the growth season. Aro Nashai Mariana Lake, the Epic Chile. Kokoro Yache Yaki Ashihat Nikagi and Kia has any basis now essentially. Aro Ashin Siro Kiani Basishin this sea soda in the Nasha. Aro Washington Banash and Jake at 15 one was a Naha. After Kiani. Ako A and then this is real estate at Ninigi. Kaya Badani, ako Koroga just now snaggy chain, but not yet. His father was really clear as I thought, Aggie, Eastern Hour Agency. We just have Anja a year, hit out the door, Eastern or hit on his father.
There's space over there. I'm going to be running a slideshow.
This is information on our land status in Eastern Deep. Kaya has unused the 3 acres in Medellin. So there's 17 million total for Navajo Nation. For 2.8 million in Eastern Navajo Agency, the acres, the island. I call 1.4 million a tribal trust about field land. I'll explain what those are. 185,000 acres, a reservation, a young grade, District 15, but Kaki is part of the treaty reservation. Canyon Rado, White Rock, a Ajit, Eastern Navajo Agency, Beach, so a Ajit administration for grazing mostly, grazing district 15. Our allotment, yeah, 623,000 allotment. Inland line buyback, but there is next clear fund that has been called gaming about 15 a lot of land now nation total. So area is reduced the acreage. Out of 139,000 federal lands, make a BLN or Washington, they clear Hagi, the date. For checkerboard status, you need to for the travel trust or field land, and neither public land holders or in an allotment. Although we do have some in an allotments that were made in fee title. The Kahiana that Kia Fund never that will trust double Kaka, that could have a gun tower. Kia by that. Most of it was round gallup. They didn't understand that the town state aid under you because they were not paying their tax. So is it not untrustable? But like any no, even not you have to pay tax. You're under county jurisdiction or state, so we lost about 3 of them that way. Excuse me, we have some homestead areas, livestock raising homestead, the difference is this is a different act as any different from the allotted land. They basically for stock raising. They 640 acres of bandang, so a lot of land, 160 acres. We have 3 Navajo bands that we have land for. Canchito, Rema, and Alamo. Hololo, and Batahulia. State landing cost and then when New Mexico became a state, BLM had no day, AC, AD, it's called the bit of neighbor it's called National Park Service, Chaco Canyon, Ada, Southern Keda, in the Craggy, the National Park area. But not 8 touching told out of Hollande, a sort of can be Navion, be Naviolato, can Jondo, Kia Ali, the Siga Crown Point, Holia, A Biloggio, Cato, Chaco Canyon, the National area. Call a Yabanacana, the Kia, private ranches. Yahweh can say that wrong. Berry Hill, low, Hazel Fruit, Berry Hill, there's no. A complicated along Nashi. I call Sahana Heta has not Kia Band because they have to keep over a chin of them open. So then, of course, we have the marriage. There's 31 chapters there, each now easy. Called Old National area is 280 miles from north to south, although 220 miles from east to west. Although it's 130 miles from Crown Point to Albuquerque, 2.5 hours going forward. And when we go to Gallup, we got to drive 80 miles to get to Gallup at our regional office. So, of course, it's further out at Canyon Peak for Daily Albuquerque, we got 26 miles out of Albuquerque. Alamo, Ely, Socorro, Rema, the way south of that, as Kita, and we got the Kigas in there. Coron, go to and I get this, that, and I get this car. Say, other. Net is next and area called Belacana, Kia, Kita, Claudia, and Bikay. Belacana, Dona, and Kia, and Chicago, at the gate to the housing on Nashi. Quare and Jane, tree, but Nashi, or A. and get on the 80 tree, Kai, Kia, Kai, I don't know. You should all be done and get an end, Eastern Jetta, Nandi, Ad, or Adi, not Koda Garo Edi Blacandona case, adding that Kana, you can add it just okay and Ganga Nakaro. What I Washington, when you vehicle at Chile, superintendent statue, you are a youth mount, and Satande, the Jebet as the Crown Point, has ended in national, set up your headquarters and see what the problem is, but no other. BIA headquarters, no aircon, but then the spy, added in another Crown Point. He built a complex, hospital, or school, or BIA quarters that they use now. I don't have a reason that KIA and so on. I call DRC, NEP and night, but it's over and Kitas, Kia, Yada, it caught you on the land. They would skin a cow and they put you into the hide. They are the 18 hours, you hold, and you should not for this machine. Yana, Ako, I didn't know, Mrs. Gatton, I would say, even not a Kia in store. Washington, was not out, deal at our so that state of government statute or order that I say no in your category. The question but not yet the other up and the gun in Washington only actually county put out a state and not even night. The questions are up and night, the land that is all you and answering next. For these are what we explained, some of the total acreages of the land that we were talking about in Eastern. So you know that George Lake Band has 60,000, Alamo has 30,000. These are, like I said, this changes. Tribal field land, yeah, Navajo Nation, Kayanda but they didn't put it into trust status. I just don't know. They're subject to state tax and county resolutions, or county statutes, county regulations, or state regulations. The last time we checked, the Navajo Nation was paying over $95,000 taxes a year for all the lands in the Eastern. The number changed on us because the Navajo Nation exchanged their land at Alamosa. Henderson Ranch or yonder, it was right below Alamo. They are the chaos in the tribal freeland there. State actually, we have Navajo people living on state land and using the land for burial, even I say, otherwise we're going to sue you, I know. So the tribe went ahead and agreed to do the land exchange. Henderson Ranch, in return, where the Navajos were living on state land in Eastern, it became tribal freeland. So the tribe received a little bit more land than the state, so there's no change on this. Next, these are some of the definitions. Reservation land, you get a treaty reservation land in the area. Most reservation lands are land set aside, tribe land. And it's usually from public land that the government owns, and it's either by treaty or by executive order. Navajo Nation has two types of reservation. One is treaty reservation, everything else, most of it that's added to the reservation, treaty reservation, is by executive order. There's about 20 executive orders that cover all of the tribes and the reservation and the reservations, but reservation side. Eastern Navajo, Jigsaw Reservation, and they by Executive Order 709. The ADA order is coming. So, of course, then we have a railroad land. Before, at Kizan, when the United States was building a railroad from the East Coast to the West Coast, they had to get a right-of-way for the railroad. They were running into land problems. In DOT now, they have to deal with people that said no, just like the Hopis. So what the government did was they said, okay, we'll give the railroad land and 50 miles out from the center of the railroad. Every odd section numbered section in the township, railroad line, they'll have a right to choose it. So that when they're going down the road, if they run into a problem, they can take that land and exchange it out for this part so that they can have a right of way. So even as the railroad, so what's that? The intent was for the railroad to give back the land after they finished. They just filed a claim on it and became theirs. So what Superintendent Fletcher did was the Navajo Nation, the Council, they went ahead and make, some, negotiation and repurchase some of the land back from the railroad. Although it's a land exchange here in Alaska. So land pattern now is, if you look at the map or the plat for this, every odd section number in both townships, you travel truck. Because it was railroad land, it was rebought back from the railroad. Even number, you 1, 2, 4, 6 in the area, it's a lot of land in most cases. Although secretarial order, in the area, Secretary of Interior sometimes designated land for use. Aid at school, BIA headquarters, I know the public land called now. New Mexico became a state in 1912. The United States government gave some land to the state for municipal purposes like courtrooms, schools, public buildings. In most cases, the state are not using it, or not. Like I said, they did some land exchanges now, and some of the stats have changed on it. But the state holds the land in trust for New Mexico citizens. This is where I think we made a mistake. When they said your tribe is trespassing, just like that, we should have said, no, they're New Mexico citizens. Why are you treating them different? They didn't consider them as citizens, they considered them as trespassers belonging to the tribe. So we had to do land exchange to resolve their concern. But anyway, tribal trust land, these are land held in trust. They're not reservations, but they're held in trust. And they're usually turned from fee simple through purchases and exchanges. So these guys here in Charles and next. Administrative Reserve, the Fort Wayne gate, school, that's Administrative Reserve. It's government land, but withdrawn for specific purposes. Although they got band land, the shooting box, Alamo, Cantito, and Raymond, the consent authority is with the community, the band members. Through the years, BIA has recognized the chapter officials as the official representing the band for consent. And they passed a resolution granting permission for land use. The tribe doesn't have any consent authority for band land. Through some efforts from the BIA, a lot of land, band land for Rama and Southwest region, we still do the tribal trust land within the community. Of course, then you got the departmental order land, similar to Administrative Reserve. We set aside land for the tribe to use for either for tribal use or for government use. Executive order there is some presidential action. In the old days, the president had a lot of authority to do these things. Tribe, executive order, Congress became suspicious of him, and through the years they took away that authority from the president. Now the congressional people, the legislation, and they do it by public land orders, not executive order. Fee simple or fee land area, non-enemy, they're subject to state jurisdiction and county jurisdiction, taxation. They can be condemned. Now we'll feel area, trespassing, so it's similar to this non-enemy land ownership. Forest land, the way especially the United States Forces without being there, through the years, they turned it over to the Navajo Nation, so for forest land, but up around, Grant, out of forest land, hold on. We have an inland allotment on the south side of, Mount Taylor, out of KSAPanich, Navajos, ASAP out there. Out Albuquerque, goes all over, so it used to be a stockade. There's a turnoff going to Alma Pike. On that road, there's an Indian tract of homestead, 640 acres, trust was in there. Of course, in the Homestead Act area for settlers that applied for land under the Homestead Act, get out, move nice kiddo, Oklahoma there. Wagon doors, sheep, people ran out and that was a land right space on the Homestead Act. And what I told getting terrified that. Oh, you and they superintendent said a lot of them got canceled. But I believe there was about 6 or 8 that were approved, so we now have some homestead in the eastern Fortune Trust. Next. And then a lot of land, these are land of patent to individual Indians, Navajos, under the General Allotment Act, Dawes Act. And it's held in trust for the sole benefit of the individual Indians. The tribe had no consent authority, but through the land buyback, now the tribe has some land interest in these allotments. In some cases, the tribe has majority interest. So NDOT is looking for a right-of-way, and they notice that the Navajo Nation has a majority. They come to you, and whoever gives the consent signs it, it's done. They have the majority. So that's one of the benefits of it. Most of the allotments were for 150 acres because it was only good for grazing, for livestock grazing. So, and the intent was to hold the land in trust for 25 years. Out of area, the trustee just get extended and to the state and been dated. So somewhere in the future, if the government decides that the land can no longer be held in trust for Indians, they can do that. Then give up fee simple title to whoever the owner is at that time. So Indian allotment there. Military reservation, we used to have Fort Wingate at our agency at military reservation land. Of course, part of the reservation, military reservation extended over I-40, over the railroad, Ayambato. Through the years, the military has actually reduced their land holding. So the first part of it, the reservation portion that's north of the railroad around Ayambato, is now a nation language. So that became Tribal Trust. And, before President Obama left, he signed an act for military funding. Way on the bottom, they gave the remaining military people land back to the Navajo Nation and the Hopis. Of course, you guys were going to be sharing this land as a reservation. So we no longer have a military reservation in our midst, but that was part of the one that we had. National Park Service, we have Chaco Canyon, by Caijian, so Chaco Outriders, hold on. It's a very interesting place, actually, what Chicago. It's an international known park. People come from all over the world just to see this site. If you ever have time, go down there and look at it. I know I have to have name there. It's something to see. Public land order is for specific purposes. Our most common one is public land order 21 out of 80. It was through over 95,000 acres of land, government land. Of course, Senator Chavez, New Mexico, he was interested in resolving Eastern Navajo land problems. So what he was planning to do was sponsor legislation in Congress to extend the reservation into eastern again. In the meanwhile, so they can use that to exchange out those lands that non-Indians have. They go based on he passed away. It never came to what he wanted, but to this day, 21 on the and there's Shunki Agi, and that is administered by BIA, or BLM, and even though it's government land. Next. This is the part I was telling you about, Fort Wingate. This is the act that was used to give the land back to the Hopis and the Navajos. I'm sorry, the Zuni. Navajo Nation was asking for the land back called Zuni Dayini. They went to the congressional representative and they said, in Shinto, a Sisaton Shinde, a Kwen Nagahu is a go take a DVD, a Kwen shrine, I don't know. I know. For AA, even national, the two congressional representatives told the Navajo Nation and the Zuni, I said that, so I hit out of my friend. Once you do that, we'll go ahead and give it back to you. And so Navajo Nation and the Zuni came to an agreement. They divided up the reservation, the land, and this act was passed. What's interesting is that it said it will be in trust reservation status, but if the tribe wants it, if the Navajo Nation wants it, they can ask that it be put in restricted fee, which is a little bit different from reservation land, but almost the same. So it can't be used without the consent of, it can't be sold without the consent of Congress because it's held in trust. It can't be taxed by the state or local government, although it's not subject to any approval by the BIA if the tribe wants to use the land for any purpose. McKinney County asked on the union because usually in fee land you have to pay taxes. And they wanted the Navajo Nation to pay tax on this. But we told them, no, we got to, because this is what it tells you. Federal government says you're not supposed to tax them, you know. So finally, they did this cut. But as far as I know, the Navajo tribe is still working on finding out how to use the area in Fort Wingate. The other part that they stepped on there is that we think the Zunis had plans to put a casino over there. When the act was passed, way on the bottom it says, this land will not be used for any casinos or cars. So that removed that out of there. Next. Okay, then we have regulations that govern each Navajo agency land. Next. So they are all different types. So these are the different land we have. DDA has only the Haloni and they approved and it all managed on it. So we notice in the travel trust land, 25 feet of arc, Auto Navajo Nation Code H, and in case we need to do, say, the right of way or a lease. So what I had regulation and we notice those government land and field land, is New Mexico State, county, and local government ordinances. Then the other ones on government land, government regulations. Auto non-trustees are able to come to so these are the different entities that we have to go to get a right of way. We can grant, CIA can grant a right of way on the allotted land and tribal trust. The Navajo Nation can give consent for tribal land and the allotments that they have interest in. Then field land, EAD can grant a right of way because BIA doesn't administer that. So that's a separate process for the Navajo Nation. Next. Of course, then we have the different codes, the mentioned or CFR that's for any code 25 EST, that's basically the regulations in them. This is similar to your Navajo Nation code book. The very legislation passed out in the let's say by the council, And then the Congress here on our part, they passed the legislation. ROATV, George Adin, do data I, the noise, the card in there. ROA nothing, Tagia, CFR, 25 CFR, now a regulation on how to implement the law. We had departmental directives, manuals, now that they have a procedure for that. So right away is 169. Okay, I'm sorry. 43 CFR, DHA, so that's what's happening at that. A lot of men, and in some cases, they can still do that if they want to cancel an allotment because the landowner doesn't want to have it in trust anymore. They can cancel the trust allotment and then get a fee title. What are they changing? Although a lot of men can be condemned under state laws, so there's an interesting case that happened. The landowners were being threatened by companies. They were saying, "No, he that and will just file a condemnation suit and get it condemned." I know, and it was possible through the land buyback. The Navajo Nation became an interest holder. In this case, they have like 2%. So the landowners are that annoying in that case. So the company filed a lawsuit in federal court to condemn or say. And there was a judge said, no, you can't condemn tribal trust land, even though they only own 2% in tribal trust. So, you know, then they have to negotiate for the right of way. So that changed a little bit here because allotments where the tribe doesn't have an ownership can be condemned. But if they have an interest, then it can't be because the tribe is part owner, and you can't condemn tribal land. So these are some of the regulations that regulate how we handle a lot of land. You can sell your property under this act, but you can only sell it to tribal members or Native Americans or under the recognition of federal tribe. You can't sell to non-Indians because they don't want the land going out of trust. Our probate, that's how we take care of the probate. They want to make wills for the land so that kids can inherit only certain ones. They're allowed to do it under the regulations. So, that's a sample of what we use to do the land work that we do. Next. We have continuation of probate by that sale. It's official court proceeding for all our land. So you have to have witnesses. You can call witnesses. Our partition, let's say I own an allotment and my brother has half. What's going on? Because you need drunk like some of us. We don't even look at each other. So we said, let's just divide up the land. Instead of me owning half 160 acres, I'll just own 80. You can own the other side. So then we agree. Then we go to the BIA and ask to petition the lot. Oh, he thought me that I will no longer own half of 160 acres. I will own 80 acres, and my brother will own the other 80 acres. Then we won't go over into each other's property because that's not in acres with me. So we split the allotment. Some of the Navajo people think that that's what happens when you do probate. Probate only divides the title, doesn't divide the land. But partition, you can actually divide it. this law became effective in New Mexico for, a lot of, right now, no more laws to go in. Around 1930, I believe it was. What happened was, see, a lot of land now we bought that in Eastern. They go to find oil. They said, no more. So a lot of land that is cut. And then they did away with the reservation boundary that allowed a lot of land at that. So, if that area is industrial there. Fortunately, you have the probate laws. In the last part of the year, we had what they call the Inland Consolidation Act. The probate, ini ko ada banyak itu, karena kita you that in the legal and that do banyak itu. There were a lot of people being added on that had small interest, 2%, 1%. So somebody in Washington D.C. said, "I can open land that he got all this 2%. We'll give to the tribe." So that went on for almost a year, and the Indian tribe appealed, and it was ruled unconstitutional because under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, you can't take land from your citizens without just compensation, and this act was doing that. So it is unconstitutional with all this. Even Kata, and then none of the even they did have some land. They did away with the achievement, so they able to all legal. So. Okay, some of the stuff that changed our land status is any land buyback. As you remember, Cobell case, this lady from up north filed a complaint with the BIA and said, oil and gas for it doesn't look right. And so sad I say, count my money. No. So in the need, it became a land issue. Not a class action story, but I mean, it became a national case. All the lockeys got involved because it was class action. But then not even national. I think each landowner that had an account got $2,000 in that. Negotiation by now, so BIA, the people that were following Frank Cobell agreed that they would take some of that money, set it aside, and use that money to buy back the never for our side, it's now a lot easier. But the government did not keep the interest that they bought. They gave it back to the tribe that had jurisdiction. So in our case, it's now easy lost to that, and she went to the tribe. Now whole nation didn't even know about this. They were surprised that we told them we had interest in this allotment that we didn't know. So that's why you didn't have a provision on who would sign on behalf of the tribe until a loan was finally designated verbally. So now the Navajo Nation has some allotment interest, and a lot of them. In some cases, the Navajo Nation has majority interest. So, like I said, we count about 40 allotments that they come down. Those are no longer allotted land; those are tribal land. Then the American Indian Probate Reform Act is no. Navajo Nation can acquire a lot of land during a probate if there's no heir to the state. Trước khi là xã hội là trên nền tảng là những chỗ đã bị avalanche của những đó và trên đó là những đó ở bên trong nhà đại nhau của Afghan là rau thì ai hạt trên cái leo. That is less than 5%. Then it goes to the tribe. The other thing that came about, and it's not on here, is that traditionally now what I know is a lot of rivalry, and they have to be answered out. Có ít thay đổi này mà, whatever these say, they like you need that you need. As tradition showed up in the Probate Act, it said if a person has an interest that's less than 5%, and they can't be probated, then the oldest child will get it. No, so in this instance, a lot of the Navajos that were eligible to inherit didn't inherit because the oldest child got it. Okay, what's that now? So what's it now? So, Navajo can exchange, sell, or purchase allotments, or do gifting. Gifting, I haven't told next year, but they are basically send what you know. Collaborate is open the dish and the national to know. And I told the Havana, Mr. A. Otherwise, they are. Havana, no, A. has each other, but A. sending in a begin. But just on a other AI related. Our last will in Texas, in that skin cut. For here, and it's done a time to get no A. To need to turn the car, but the NASA rotation is need a color in ring. No, we don't ever, my generation never considered planning for our future when it comes to land. People are kind of out. As soon as they get married, they do a will, they decide to do things for the kids, they put money in the bank for the kids when they're going to college, I don't college, our own Bible is he never used to cut it and it, I know. Kado is either. Our tradition is verbal, it's not net. But in the word, in what is in there, but it's not what in had no negative side. The Ayan and Penat, they need cow and the teaching of the living there. So like my father was very traditional. He didn't know how to write, but every night, because he didn't want to burn the electricity, to turn it off, and then I kind of he's gone, just not in Kita he nearly how no my job class so it was all verbal. He never wrote things down. So, but anyway, a last one testament will come there only, and that's incorporated into land probate. If you have land interest and you make a will and testament, it's not subject to being given to anybody. They'll do what you want in the last will and testament. Lastly, it's now in council, land commission, legislation, it's in Washington, D.C. right now, called the Navajo Exchange Legislative Initiative, or NEMI, and if it can be passed from Congress, it will convey the Navajo Free Land and government land within withdrawn areas to the Navajo Nation in trust. Called Orchestra, I know is being prepared to go before Congress, but lawyers basically asking, they're supposed to be getting new funding for that. And this is sponsored by New Mexico congressional person that what's interesting about this part is that when the Navajo Nation wanted this, the two congressional people said, well, what we gave that to that state, which is doing. So we had to talk about 4 or 5 years to straighten out with the Fort Wingate issue. It's only in the Katina or but then none of time did, so my understanding, like I said, is that Washington level now is considered for being worked on. Next. All right, we're way out. So ARD, as Mr. Soti pointed out, it's under CFR Part 169. Called February 5th, 1948, at that time, I'm in the area, consent from the tribe, though a lot of people, though fair market value, that's a lot of it means. Before that, 8 and there, because some of the questions that pops out at Eastern is, BIA roads are abolong there's no right to it. Superintendent, he didn't have to get consent from the landowner, didn't have to compensate. He could just authorize the right of it because the community needed it. Up to this point, when the law changed, and he said, in order for you to do a right-of-way or cross inland land for the tribe, you gotta get consent, out of laches and leniency. In addition to that, you gotta pay fair market value. Of course, you can't waive those, but that's a requirement. So, what several years back, what happened here, the snow was about that deep up in the mountain area. Called emergency, he didn't pay all the food in the area. But there are some people that live up on the top of the mesa. Go change the hotel. So he said, well, it's sense of emergency, I said, oh, and we'll worry about the right away later because it's an emergency. So that's what they did. It was BIA Road that did that. Come spring, the landowner said, go out outside. You created a road across my property from my permission. None of us left on it. So that became a legal issue, got kicked around. So the BIA now has a policy that if they're maintaining a road that doesn't have a right of way, and somebody puts a fence up, that's it. We're not going to cross that fence. Because we don't want to mess with the legal issues. Fortunately, this doesn't happen very much, but the younger generation, these are they don't want either. I said, right away, that's in Kenya, Carter, and King, Harlan, and Borderline, not realizing it's a service to the community. They just want compensation. So what I noticed, I said, some of the families are fencing each other out. So it might become a major issue when they start fencing the road, but unfortunately they haven't done that yet in most cases. Next. Now, this is our process for right-of-way. Is a standard process for BIA, so I need to go, but this is our flow chart. You'll notice a lot of the work is done by the applicant. Although we get involved when we meet with the applicant and give them the land information and information on how to acquire right away. How do they consent or clearance to be done? And NEPA compliance, appraisal is payment, auto negotiation, auto consent. Trust does a resolution, and by resolution agreement, largely consent form with the Once all that's done, it comes to us, we do the review. We have 10 days to review it to make sure it's a complete package. If it's incomplete, we have to return it. We have to grant a right-of-way or deny it by within 60 days. Deed or 8, and we could hang on to for 4 years, but they don't. You have to do it within 50 days. Complete application, you have to have application, the survey, landowner's consent, basic compliance, corporation papers if you're a corporation, validation if you're going to be paying compensation, appraisal, compensation based on that. Bond, insurance, or other security for companies that are going to be handling hazardous materials or might cause damage to the land. Of course, then the landowner has an option to waive that. Meeting by that, and RDC was talking about what are we waiving down north. So I think you guys are being informed that this is what part of the waiver is. Okay. There is a difference between bond and insurance. Insurance, you have insurance companies, in law, basically, if you're CDA, and they'll fight you in court to get payment up for insurance. So, should have just found out there, you had insurance. You get into an accident, the company will pay it, but if other claims are coming in, they'll go to court and try to prevent a payment. Bond, they can't do that. bond is a requirement that, let's say I'm a right-of-way holder and I'm gonna be constructing something on inland property that involves handling, hazardous material or causing damage to the environment. I can do it, but perhaps I might have an accident and do something that would spill something or damage something. If I was to do that, I would announce it already. So what the bond is, if I don't fix it, whoever landowner is can go to the bond office and get the money to fix it without having to go through the court. They ask the bond. A good, best example I have, and I tell it to the audience here. Have you guys ever been arrested and had to post bond? That's exactly what it is. Because if you don't show up, what happens to the bond? It's paid, right? Without your consent or the bond now, the court has that. But if you show up, then the bond returns. So, insurance case, I hope that. So, in most cases, if it's a big company that is doing a lot of business or has what they call a nationwide insurance, it's a higher profit, and they can fix those things. First thing we do the after the right-of-way granted, we do the payment, and they have to have a due diligence schedule of construction. So we do a final inspection, and we encode it into our computer system. Also, we do amendment, assignment, mortgaging, renewals, and we go back to the start again if we have a new application. So this is our right-of-way process. Next. Okay, we have a website for right-of-way forms. There are no more standard forms. Everything that you see on this website is a template, meaning that you use it as a sample. It has the consent form, it has the application, it has all these things that you need to fill out. Okay, you can get online and get all those forms. Our contact person in Easton is Lenore Bates. These are my right-of-way specialists. I say nothing. I take a file and learn quite a bit, and hopefully she'll be an expert in the next 3-4 years. And of course, I'm the realty officer, so. Next. You guys seem to have problems with roads, huh? Hopefully you guys don't experience this. Any questions? Thank you very much.
What's that road at? It looks like Western Agency, Gray Mountain.
I do have a personal information I'd like to present. I do a lot of studies and reviews of regulations. My superintendent, which I know. Look at the regulations, You do not need a right-of-way if you, a tribe or individual that has 100% interest entitled to them, or if you're an entity. So I was looking through the information, and I said, wait a minute, why does NDOT need a right-of-way or even a CAA? Because they're part of the government. They're not an entity. If you look at the Navajo Nation government structure, Division of Transportation is part of the Navajo Nation. And NTUA is an entity, but they're not part of the government, but they belong to the tribe, the entity. So they were misclassified in that. Meaning they would not need a tribal authorization or consent because they're part of the government. But they probably need to figure out a process in order to record what they're doing. So, hey, additional, I think you guys need to reconsider it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Group?
Yes, sir.
Let me, add one more to it. Thank you. I hope you guys are taking notes, because we're gonna give you a quiz here pretty soon. Remember all those terms and all these things and what it applies? So we'll be doing a quiz here. Anyway, I wanted to follow up, because you gave me really good, the landscape of what the regulations are and some of the possibilities within that. And really reiterating the fact that BIA is here to support the Navajo Nation. And we look at ways and trying to help streamline, but we can't violate the regulations. That's certainly not we cannot do that. Only Congress can change a lot of those laws. So, but I wanted to share kind of like a model that we're working with in terms of getting a right way in the complicated land status. I mentioned this briefly yesterday. So we are working on a coordination, a collaboration under Honorable Delegate Simpson for Naizi, Councilor Oholcino area. And that whole area, you've probably seen some of those maps, is all mixed land status. So we've been meeting almost every month to address a lot of community concerns related to roads. So there are washouts or the winter mud conditions, and then previous to that, of course, every year we get monsoon rains. Sounds like we're going to get the monsoon season coming back again this year. So we know that the moisture is going to impact all those undeveloped roads in those areas. We also have oil and gas development, traffic, dust, and all kinds of impacts from that whole development. And we know that we're working hard to work with different entities. But what's been interesting on this collaboration is that the initial part of the action really came from leadership. So Delegate Simpson and also later on Delegate Toth came to our meetings. And BIA, we kind of just helped formulate the kind of logistics activities and also helping identify the regulations where certain parking work or streamlining. So we're kind of excited about that because I have not seen, I've been at the agency for over 10 years, and I have not seen that type of engagement. So we're really kind of excited about it because I think that can be a model for us to use, at least in Eastern. And what we have done is, we had, again, like 4 meetings so far. And we've done some interesting discussions and reviews. Way up front, we really looked at brainstorming, what are those problem areas? What's the issue? What are we looking at? So we really talked about the different problems that the tribal members are having. So we really kind of documented all those different concerns. And then we started, you could see there was a struggle there in our own brainstorming and trying to figure out what's the next path forward. So BIA, we helped facilitate that direction and discussion. And we started looking at short-term and long-term. That kind of helped, I think, the mind block that happened. So we started moving again, really looking at what are the short-term resolution we can do. Granted that we know we need rights-of-ways. That's the long-term. So we started focusing on the short-term, and we then also identified that the different stakeholders, so NDOT was a really awesome partner there. They were there at the table. We also had some county folks at the table, and BIA and our staff from Realty and Transportation was there. So we had these key individuals coming together, really looking at from what are the regulations, what are the process, what are the limitations on in terms of the short term. So what we've done, which was at least from BIA side, we identified 474, N46,
another one, what we call Cornfields Road, in that area where oil and gas companies are using. So there's 3 different areas that we identified, and each one has its own land status, mixed land status, and different stakeholders. NDOT came to the table with really good information on N46. They have some funding, they're gonna pave, I think, 6 miles that they're working on. So we're doing, a lot of it's on BLM lands. So they submitted their right-of-way applications on that. The other part of N46 from that council area to public mentality, the other parts of the BIA maintains that. So we had 3 segments that we identified. Then on the N474 from, again, that turnoff from 550 to Ojo Encino. Again, mixed land status, but BIA, we understand that a significant part of that's all road. So we had our team out there really patching up the culverts, really looking at the grade line, and some drainage issues under the short-term resolution, because that's kind of in our authority that we can do those things to maintain some of that work. So we're doing that this week, and we did that last week. So that's something that, so we're gonna have another meeting on, actually, tomorrow, out again with Doug Simpson and the group. So we're gonna revisit the short term and long term. Under the long term, my realty staff, Mr. DeGrove and Nora was also there. We gave guidance on how to start looking at identifying resources to see if you can get a right-of-way for those 3 segments. And so there's some really good discussion we're having, some opportunities there also collaborating on it. But now that we identified the issue, we identified the stakeholders, we identify and review the regulations, then we review short-term and long-term considerations and goals. Then we looked at the long-term goals and considerations. Now we're implementing the short-term and long-term resolution. So that's kind of the logical process that we're using for it. We hope we can use that as a model for many other areas. I don't think it necessarily only goes with mixed land status, but certainly even on the big Navajo side, I think that type of approach can happen. But again, what I found key to it was that leadership stepped into that initial role. They own part of that. And it makes a huge difference when leadership gets involved and say, hey, this is what the communities or members are saying, what's possible, what can we look at, what do the regulations say. So thanks to Delegate Simpson, who's really helping drive that, what I'm calling now an easy model. So we're really looking at that to make it work on mixed land status. So it is possible within a complicated land status to work through these issues. And I'm really proud of my realty officer, Mr. DeGrove, Deputy Largo, and Norton, and others from our team, and certainly, and Tuso, and those participation. So I wanted to end with this presentation by adding that kind of that collaboration we're doing, not using the model that we're going to be using. So that's the end of our presentation, Vice Chair. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you for that additional comments on the presentation. Do you have any questions or comments?
Good afternoon, Mr. DeGrove, General Christmas Susan. So the team that a team is clearly a dimension. The Kunki and Lenny, a good Angelico, a Nahazna, or a Ashjan, a Abahazan Dole. I just want to say thank you to our presenter and then for the information. And then just what he said, going back to the comment that I made to have our legislative council to research in that area of the laws where it stated that either the entities, the tribal government, and so NDOT does fall into that
area, so if we can look into that. And then thinking about all of the information that was shared, the challenges, and I know that our honorable RDC member, Honorable Simpson, he will always ask, what can we do? What can we do as a legislative body to assist with that process? And I'm glad to hear from Mr. Sosi that our honorable colleague is sitting down at the table and putting his input, and I think that with this presentation here today, with the work session we've had for the past 2 days, it gives us insight on how we can become more proactive as far as the process of moving projects forward. And it's really, the time is of the essence right now. As we know, the federal funding, we do have federal funding, but there's some uncertainty that is out there, and which encroaches on our indigenous lands and the funding that it pertains to. So with these presentations that were made today and yesterday, I'm very thankful because it does give me a starting point, and there are wheels already turning in my mind on how I can use the process, and then also if I have any questions to sit down with BIA and then NDOT. And I know that I'm very proud of our Navajo Department of Transportation. I think it's one of the leading organizations all across indigenous country. And for that short time frame that they have evolved, I can see the potential. I have even expressed to Mr. Chiche, Mr. Silversmith, that, you know, maybe there's potential to create an enterprise specifically in regards to transportation too. And so I do see that possibility, and I do want to expand more as far as air transportation, and then also getting more equipment. So I do think that we do have that capability. So with that, I just want to end with that, and no questions in regards to the land status. The history that was shared with us today is, you know, it takes us on a journey of how our nation has come about, and as we come to our 100-year mark of the Navajo Nation government, and knowing that a council was put in place because of the minerals that the United States wanted to extract from our lands here, to where we are now, where we are becoming sustainable, we're sustaining our own resources. It is good to know that we have a very dynamic and talented team, and then I'm glad to see our partners here, the county as well as the states, and then also BIA and our Federal Highway Administration, as well as the legislative, executive, and the judicial branch. So with that, Vice Chair, that's what I wanted to add today before we conclude. Yeah,
Honorable Claw. Again, I'd just like to thank the presenter, Mr. DeGroat, for that presentation. And following along with that, I kind of was paying attention to the years, like the United States acquired the New Mexico territory back in 1853, and then New Mexico was acquired, the Navajo Nation Treaty was 1868, allotments was 1885, and New Mexico became a state in 1912. So I'm really curious as to who negotiated these allotments back in 1885. I'm pretty sure it's the United States government, and just like she said, the United States had to, with regards to minerals, that it was something that, had to bring the Navajo Nation Council and the creation of the council. And it kind of makes me wonder, how these allotments and all these mixed land statuses came about, without Navajo Nation leadership at the table. So it's just something that I was thinking about as, it's the presentation and, the history and everything and the timeline. So it just, my mind kind of goes, to, how the Navajo Nation was formed and, where we're at today too. So just like to go ahead and, so we're done. We're done with all the presentations. So I'd just like to go ahead and, thank the Navajo Division of Transportation. Thank you, Shahab. Also, the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Thank you, Shahab. And also, I'd like to thank NDOT for allowing us to have our RDC Work Session here. It's really nice, and I always look forward to being here at in this conference room and having our work sessions here. And also like to thank all our other DOT partnerships, and also the counties and all those partnerships. Looking forward to working with them, and and looking forward to MOUs with them, and to really improve our roads, and also I'm glad that our roads aren't that bad like that last scene. So I just wanted to, that was a good finish. That was a good closing on that. But I just wanted to thank you, each and every one of you, for being here, and those that are on the call. And I'd like to thank my RDC colleagues that are also on the call, and our RDC legislative staff. Mr. Mose, thank you for being here, and Mr. Tahi, our advisor, and also our legal counsel, Mariana Khan, thank you for being here. And also our communication representative from the Speaker's office is here. He just started yesterday. Yep. Welcome aboard, thank you. So with that, I don't have any questions, but I do look forward to the future, discussions, and just like you said, Honorable Simpson, is working diligently with his communities and his land statuses. I'm from the Western Agency. I represent Coal Mine, Cameron, Loop, Bird Springs, and Solani Lake, and we don't have this out there. So it's new to me, and I'm just learning about it. And I remember one afternoon, Mr. Simpson took me aside, and we had lunch at Denny's, and he was kind of explaining that, like, man, this is a whole another, I couldn't, I didn't understand it. So, but, being 100 days into it and having these work sessions are really, it's not only roads, but it's also infrastructure, water lines, electric, the power lines, and, different things like that come into play in this. But, I'm learning, and I want to thank you for the education. Thank you for, sharing, your presentations. It really helps with our, understanding and knowledge gaining here at this work session. So just like to leave on that. Thank you, Shahid. I don't know if we have any more pastries or water out there. Help yourself. So take some to go. Don't leave nothing behind. So I'll let you guys go to lunch now. Shahid. Thank you.
Thank you.